Plodding on a broken wheel, afraid of learning what is real. Pain with thought they'll not reveal, ashamed of how they really feel. It makes them blind, it makes them dumb. Ignorance, the only symptom. Hide your children, here they come. Close your mind, become a victim. Devastating mental war, twisted misconceptions of virtue. Cloaks of clever words are sure, playing placed on all of you. A plague on you. Politics and arrogance, none of which is making sense. Robbing meek under duress, wealth their only happiness. It makes them mad, it makes them hate. There's no cure beyond the state. Far too bad and much too late. Close your eyes, accept your fate. Devastating mental war, twisted misconceptions of virtue. Cloaks of clever words are sure, playing placed on all of you. Devastating mental war, twisted misconceptions of virtue. Cloaks of clever words are sure, placed on all of you. What if somebody came along with a key and gave us a chance to set ourselves free and generously pointed in the right direction? Would that just make us angry? Perpetuate our misery? Would you sit there idly or stand up and run to be free? Was there something more that I was supposed to be? Then a slave to fantasy, living vicariously. I've been waiting patiently for somebody to set me free. I'm realizing somebody is me. Oh yeah, I was somebody.
Hello everyone, welcome in, welcome in. I decided to do something a little different considering it's the final stream of this year. So instead of the regular Starting Soon playlist that I tend to blast, I picked two other songs. So the first one was A Plague on You, and the second one was The Sum of a Body, both by Ray Cufford. I really, really love those songs. And now I will be changing over to this scene. And I'll start out the game. And I think there are still some Machinima music videos. Well, one of them has a Machinima music video, The Sum of a Body, because although it's pretty political in some ways, I believe he originally, in addition to the political message, made it mostly for Half-Life 2. It's kind of from the perspective of your average Resistance member, a little bit. So I'll actually go on his YouTube in a second, and I might paste the links to both of the videos. And A Plague on You has a really, really cool video that is basically the animation of a painting, but I forget who it is, like who the painting was, like who made the painting by now. But I'll try to see if I can find both of those. They should still be up on YouTube. But I'll get over here in a minute, just so that, you know, we can get the hang-ups of Killing Floor 2 out of the way. Item server and whatnot. So that is on my screen now. Joy of joys. And while we have that going, let me see if I can't find these. Could have pulled them up earlier, to be honest, but I was too busy vibing. That's my excuse, and you have to live with that one. Let me see if I can pull them up. Got one of them already, and A Plague on You I would have thought would be even higher up on this list, but not the case apparently. Got both of them now. Oh yeah, that familiar little starting thing. So you know what? Let's honor the man a little bit. I don't think he's gonna get a lot of viewership from this, but you never know. So if you're here right now, you're curious about these songs. This was the first one. So this is A Plague on You. It's old. It's old, but still done really well. Like this is 12 years ago, and it's still, the music I think holds up real well, and the animation is still pretty amazing. Some of a body seems like it's a lot younger, but it's a re-upload. So don't get your hopes up. Unfortunately, Ray Cufford has not been particularly active recently, but there you go. There you go. You can check those out. They're pretty fucking cool, and I love the man. I love everything he did, everything he's ever done, and I really, really hope that one day he'll get back to making music, because that would be fucking cool as hell. But until then, we'll just keep blasting his stuff. I was really racking my brain on what to play, actually, getting in here. And let's see. It's so strange that, I guess I can up that, and hopefully it's not gonna be like too high up. Because I played the Steam version of Killing Floor 2 literally yesterday and also a little bit today, and it's so strange just how different it sounds with the same sound settings basically, or something very, very similar. I don't really know what's up with that. But I realized that I haven't tried out all the weapons that got added in the Polar Distress update, and to be honest, I really like Killing Floor 2. It's just a fun game. I enjoy, you know, wasting my time on it, just making some progress, and often playing perks that have already been leveled all the way to max. So I kind of decided that we would just do that. I want to go on Crash, because I really, really like that map. I just can't get enough of it. And to start with, I'm going to do like a survival hard game. I want to try, there's a new demolitionist weapon as part of the paid DLC. There's also an HRG for Medic. So we'll definitely do a game on Crash, and then we'll pick another map for the Medic game, and then we might do some endless games as well, with some perks that actually need some XP. But let's get into that. And because it's the last stream, and it's kind of like New Year's, a little bit, considering, you know, I'm not going to be spending New Year's here, unfortunately, I ended up having other plans. I would not have minded, to be honest. I think streaming is a fun thing to do on New Year's. I would have been very, very interested in what kind of a crowd gets on Twitch at that time. Like, I don't know if people are happy, if people are sad. I don't know how people feel. Because, you know, back in the day, I feel like it used to be like a huge red flag for some people, like, oh my god, you're not going out on New Year's Eve? It's like, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't, because what's the point? Like, you can get drunk any other day, and basically, it's a lot less crowded most of the time. It's often really fucking cold, and honestly, it's just not that great of a day, to be completely honest with you. But I do have plans for it, as it turns out, so I won't be here for New Year's. So you might as well have it right now. So I guess we can do a toast. I got like a set of like 2, I'm not even sure if they're really special beers. This is just an IPA, but apparently it's premium craft beer. I got it from my dad, and it is his birthday today, so I figured, you know, what better time to get it going. So I'm gonna open this up, and we're gonna toast 2022, which, as I'm pouring it, I'll just try to ad-lib, come up with like a speech for it, I suppose. Look, man, I don't think 2022 was a great year at the end of the day. We got a lot of bad shit happening, all in all. It just wasn't a great time for anybody involved in it. But at the same time, there is that saying that the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So who the fuck knows? At the end of the day, we do know 2022 now, because we've gotten through it for the most part. There's a couple more days, so let's not you know, pretend we're already like through the whole thing. But at the same time, I mean, we've seen what this year can do. We've seen, like, most of it. And who knows? Maybe it's going to get better. Although, most of the time, things get worse before they get better. I think this is going to be no different. But, hey, if you're watching this, then I'd like to thank you for tuning in at any point during all of these streams. It really means a lot to me. And, I mean, in some ways, we got through it until now. And that might mean that we can get through the rest of it, too. So, hey, hopefully things get better. But if they don't, we've been tough enough to handle it so far. So let's drink to that, guys. Cheers. It's actually not bad. It's pretty good. It's a nice, like, tangy little aftertaste. Let me switch my perk here while we're at it. We're going to start off with Demo, because I really feel like it. I am very curious about any and all demolitionist weaponry that gets added into this game. And I'm very much looking forward to getting my hands on the ZED MKIII, I believe is the name of the weapon. So we'll see what it can do. I got no idea. If this is a reference to something, like if there was a ZED weapon in previous Killing Floor games, I was not around to actually try it out. I got no fucking idea what it is all about. So I'm going in with my virgin eyes. And my virgin everything, basically, at least in terms of this game right now. So I'm curious to see what it's all about. From the little intro that you see in the main menu, it seems like an energy-based weapon, which is kind of weird. Like, it's a weird fit for demo, but I'm sure it makes sense once we get our hands on it. I have no idea about the price. I did see that they also made an HRG version of the RPG, so I'm really looking forward to trying that out on the Medic, actually. But that's going to be during the game after this. Let me see if we can get some nukes. Oh, maybe we should have nuked this guy. But too late now. Ah, he died anyway. He's in a better place now. But yeah, I played the Steam version with a few friends, and it's still a pretty good time. Although, you know, sometimes you have fun with the game, like you're supposed to, and then other times you just kind of like brute force something and it still doesn't work. So I had both of those experiences, because I actually tried to play like regular games with 2 people, and it was pretty fun. We did like a bunch of them. We just played on normal difficulty, because one of the people involved was completely new to Killing Floor in general. I think maybe they played the first one for like 2 hours during a free weekend or something, but that's about it. And they've never played Killing Floor 2 up until now. So I was like running them through what little I know of the game, and it was a good time. And we were succeeding. We I think got all the bosses killed, essentially, that we had pop up. So that was kind of a good time. I'll get a Tommy Boom, and you know what? No, Crossboom. Crossboom is more fun. Tommy Boom is really good with the nukes, but the Crossboom overall is just more fun. Plus, it really makes me feel like I'm Rambo, but with RGB, so there's something to that too. But yeah, so I had the run-off-the-mill normal experience of Killing Floor. We were playing with friends, shooting the breeze, just killing stuff. Occasionally you get like a mechanical question of like, yo, why is this guy still alive when his head is missing? And then you gotta explain like the health system of like, oh yeah, like the head has a different health bar, and then when you take the head off, then the actual body health bar starts depleting. But a lot of stuff like bloats have like a massive health bar, and their depletion rate is the same basically for all Zeds, so therefore he's gonna be walking around for like fucking 2 minutes. And if you really want to kill him, feel free to like shove the crap out of him or keep shooting the body or whatever, if you have the resources, yada yada yada, you know how it is. So I had that, which I think is kind of almost the intended experience. You know, that's what they want for you to have. And by they, I mean the developers, not like some other shadowy organization, some fucking, I don't know, Legion of Villains or something. I just mean like Tripwire/Saber in this case. And then today I had a very different experience, because I played with just one of my friends, but on the Steam version, and we were looking at the dailies, and she had gotten a daily to do Crash on Suicidal, I think it was. But keep in mind, neither of us have a lot of hours on the Steam version. So essentially what happened was we played Suicidal difficulty. I believe she was a level 12 sharpshooter when we started out. I played a level 14, actually level 15. I did have parry available now that I'm remembering. I played as a level 15 berserker. And it went about as well as you can imagine it would go. Like, we tried a bunch of times. We tried to get in there. We got to the boss a few times, and I mean, I had to, like, try to at least solo the boss for a brief moment there, but it didn't quite go to plan. Wasn't able to do it, unfortunately. You know what? Let's get a utility knife kill on this guy. They're not that tough. They're just fucking cookies. We can kill these. So I had to try to solo, and eventually I ended up switching to Medic, because the big problem that we kept facing was pretty much the issue that both of our perks are really good against the big stuff. Even at a low level, you can kind of like manage the Scrakes and Flesh Pounds if you see them coming, of course. That's why you gotta call them out. But the trash is very, very frustrating, because I need to deal with it like one attack at a time for the most part. I'm supposed to have access to this weapon, I'm pretty sure, but I do not actually see it. Oh, there it is. 2K, huh? It's pretty expensive. That's a little too rich for my blood right now. So we will sell this. Is there a possibility that we get... Well, we need like 2 guns. There's no way we're gonna get that done. I'll get the Kaboom Stick and be boring. And I won't get all the ammo for it in the whole universe, just a little bit. But yeah, so we kept like brute forcing it. I ended up switching perks and essentially trying to support with Medic. But the problem with the low level Medic is at first you're very, very fragile because you don't have symbiotic health. I mean, I didn't for probably 2 of the attempts. Maybe just 1 of them, I'm not sure. But essentially I can keep like her alive, but I can't keep myself alive, and certainly not while I'm keeping her alive, because I'm not healing myself when I heal her. So that was a huge issue. Got resolved when I got level 5, but then you run into another problem, which is the whole idea of like, okay, so now you can keep yourself alive by keeping somebody else alive. That's great. That's fantastic. You don't have to worry about your own self-preservation. You can prioritize others. Great. Now what exactly are you doing other than healing, though? And I didn't have a good answer for that, because I didn't have any buffs. I didn't have, like, movement speed, damage reduction, or amplified damage. I wasn't doing any of that shit, because I'm a level 8 medic by the end of it, so it didn't really go to plan. But it was a lot of fun just trying to kill a boss on Suicidal and constantly, like, running the same map. And I gotta be completely real with you, I'm completely in love with this map. It's so good, it's so well made. As I was fighting the boss and I was forced into, like, somewhat awkward situations with the boss fights where we had to kite a certain way, you realize that the reason this map works so well, in my opinion, is pretty much because, like, it has everything that your basic maps do. all of the stuff is here. You got the little kiting circles. You got everything that you would have in a normal quote-unquote map, but it's just not completely obvious. Instead of just having a giant fuck-off truck in the center of like a square they're gonna use to ring around Rosie with the boss, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but not overly so. Like, I figured out one really cool spot, and I'll show that because I think this is actually right next to it. I would love to actually keep the bloat alive, because that would make it super easy. But I guess we can just walk over to the spot I'm in right now. So I had a lot of difficulty on this map, especially when it, you know, came time to try to be the smart/knowledgeable person of like how the hell we're gonna do this, because there's no clear like kiting spot for the boss, except there is. It's this. It's literally this staircase. So, you know, we came upstairs. You can actually go around these corners, kite out all the different like matriarch attacks, for example, and then like dip behind the corner. You're not gonna get hit. There's no danger basically. And then you might be like, okay, well, where do you go after? And there's still an answer to that, and the answer is just down here. You just jump down, and you can still kite, because you can kite like matriarch attacks like that, and you get to dip back in here. She drops down, triggers an attack, you step on over here. It's fucking great, and it's actually better than just having a random truck. It's a little bit more exciting, it's multi-level, it gets your blood pumping. Even as someone that's pumped like fucking hundreds of hours into this game, it makes it a lot more interesting when these locations don't just look like they do every time on the other maps. And I think it takes someone with a real professional attitude, like Tamari, to actually go out and do that. To think of that. Because they could have just parked the fucking truck in the center here and been done with it. But they didn't. They didn't. They made it a little bit more exciting. And I really, really appreciate that. So how heavy is this Zed weapon? Let's see. 9. Well, that's a lot of weight, but I guess we can keep our kaboom stick alongside it, interestingly enough. Zed Eradication Device. Fires a continuous stream of energy rounds while launching swarm auto-target rockets. Comes with the same tracking radar as the Mark I. That means nothing to me, but sure. The latest and greatest creation from Horzine that packs a devastating wallop. Okay, so it's an automatic rocket launcher with a little bit of extra, basically, from what I'm understanding. If we never use the kaboom stick, I won't feel bad, because we got this thing. It looks like it's a gun out of the Alien series. Alright, let's go to that area. So 50 rounds in a magazine. And there's no firing mode change. Again, it kind of stands to reason. It didn't say anything about a firing mode in the item description, so I'm not disappointed. But yeah, I'm basically just describing to you how much I love this map. It's fantastic. It's great. The atmosphere in it is fantastic. It's just a good map. So I'm shooting energy balls for some reason as a demolitionist now. It's an interesting idea, and I mean the radar is super cool as like a utility thing. It's almost distracting. So does it only shoot the rockets in Z time, or is it after a certain amount of rounds spent? I think it's probably a certain amount of rounds spent. So we're on 11 right now. I'm gonna hold it down. At 2 it shot one. So I think every 9 rounds it shoots a missile, basically. Which is kind of interesting. Adds like a little bit of utility to the weapon for sure, but it also means that you can control it like less than a straight up like explosive weapon. Although apparently it kind of seems like the energy missiles, well, energy projectiles also detonate, at least in Z time. Maybe that's just like the Z time perk at play, I'm not sure. It's not bad. It's definitely not a bad gun. It seems to have pretty high damage. I doubt we can upgrade it based on the price alone, but we'll see. That missile is actually like really, really strong from the looks of it too. I don't remember this gun from Killing Floor 1, but then I've already outed myself as a non-fan, because I think I played Killing Floor 1 for like 30 hours. And I think I might be able to count the number of times I killed the Patriarch on like one hand, which is kind of sad on the one hand, but on the other hand, it was a pretty difficult game, as it turns out. So the explosive projectile also has like a fuse time from the looks of it, because we just got knockback with that shot, but it didn't actually explode. So I'm assuming that it also deals self-damage. So that's something that we need to keep in mind for the future. And maybe the explosions that we see in Z time is just the fact that there's no fuse time on the projectile at play. That's probably the likely explanation. It's got a very long reload. But, I mean, it is essentially a light machine gun looking thing, but with energy projectiles. It's pretty fucking cool. Haven't tried the iron, well, not the iron sights, the optics in this case. But we don't really need it. It's fairly accurate from the hip. It's interesting to see a gun with this design, because as futuristic as the whole idea of like energy balls as projectiles is, this is still like a pretty gritty looking weapon. it doesn't look like, you know, an HRG weapon. It doesn't got the RGB bits on it, which is kind of welcome to see. Yeah, there is no upgrade for it. Kind of makes sense though with a weight of 9. Not all that surprising. So it's already boss time. I mean, I'm gonna heal up, and I'll actually go to that one spot I was talking about just a second ago, because I do think it is essentially like a pretty good kiting spot for a lot of the bosses. We'll see if it works. For the Matriarch, when I was like playing earlier, it worked quite well. I mean, we didn't get the kill, but that probably has a lot more to do with the fact that our total level combined was less than 25, and we were on Suicidal, so... But we knew that going in. Like, sometimes you have to, you know, just brute force a challenge and see how far you can go. And in this case, we didn't win, but we tried. The inspect animation isn't actually that garbage. Oh, hey, I'll have to drop for a second here because we're getting some very, very important promotion offers, and you know what we got to do with that. Yep, it's gone. There you go. It's just gone. So it is King Fleshbound. The kiting spot is not going to be that important. I think this weapon overall will not be the greatest outside of ZED time against him, sadly, because the missiles won't detonate if he's too close, which is a shame, but I don't know why he took so long to come out of that door. We'll also need to be cognizant of any quarter bounds, because they could be annoying. The DPS is pretty good. I don't even think I'm hitting him in like a crit spot. It's just, wow, the shield is not holding up against this. Alright, alright. So this is apparently just like a super fucking strong weapon. Kind of stands to reason for 2K. I didn't know demo needed something like this, to be honest. I never felt that this is what was missing from demo, but it is fun to use. So that's got to count for something. And I like the weight of 9, actually. It's pretty fucking solid because you get to have the kaboom stick with it. Can you actually do these jumps with the kaboom stick? I haven't really tried. I'm sure you could, actually. It's just a little bit wonky in first person. Well, third person, actually. But yeah, I'm going to pick another map, and we're going to try the Medic Missile, because HRG RPG sounds really, really funny to me. I can't believe I didn't notice it all this time in the little intro. Like, it took me this long to figure out that that's the other the other HRG weapon that got added. Kind of want to be boring and just play, like, winter-themed maps, although we're going to run out of them eventually, sadly, because there's not that many in the game. But we'll run on through them, and I mean, Outpost is a fun one. I know the price of this one. I think it's 1,600 for this weapon, so it's also going to be probably a Wave 3 pickup, unless we get super, super lucky with like, the weapons that spawn on the ground, which is kind of doubtful. I don't think we're going to have that, unfortunately. It is what it is. We'll deal with that as it comes. And also, we're going to have to deal with the fact that we're Medic Wave 1, which is always a hoot, because this fucking pistol is absolutely garbage. Like, it's probably better as a paperweight than a pistol. It, I believe, deals less damage than a 9mm. And I mean, I can back that up again, because we know the game mechanics. Like, if you get a headshot, then, you know, you get the bleed out. Now, I can stand here, and this man, like, attacks me one time from that distance. Now, this is basically the same distance. He's swinging at me, and he's starting another animation. If he actually did a different animation there, he would have attacked me another time. And the only reason, like, was blind luck, basically, that we didn't have to deal with that. That's the issue with this pistol. It's fairly low damage. It does have a good ammo reserve, and I mean, the healing dart functionality is pretty great when you actually have somebody to heal, but right now we're running solo, so... I could, of course, change all my perk abilities around to make, like, a better solo medic setup, but I also don't fucking care at the end of the day. And Medic is so strong anyway in solo that I don't think it really matters. I'm just here to try out my RGB RPG that apparently does healing gas, which is a little bit weird, to be honest with you. I think the last time I used an explosive weapon that had healing capabilities was in Borderlands 2, probably, I want to say 9 years ago, when a friend and I were playing through co-op, and I was playing Siren. I built a support Siren. We didn't get through the whole game, unfortunately. But you do get, pretty early on, a passive skill that allows you to heal via your weapon damage. So you can heal your teammates by just shooting them with your guns, which is really, really easy to do, and it kind of works well in a first-person shooter like Borderlands. And I remember there was a fight where, I think he was playing Psycho. He jumped into, like, a group of, I want to say, like, 14 fucking bandits, which is kind of rough to do when you're, like, low level and have nothing going on for you, especially as a Psycho. Like, Krieg is a great character once you hit, like, level 31. Before then, he kind of struggles with just life in general. He has a lot of issues he needs to work through, but then you get to level 31, and you're fucking insane at that point. But he basically didn't care about this, and just walked straight into, like, this horde of enemies. So I had nothing better to do than to just get out my rocket launcher and just shoot into the crowd, kill, like, I believe 2 guys, but I also healed him from almost 0 health back to, like, full. And even he was surprised by that. He's like, what the fuck did you do? I'm like, oh yeah, I heal you when I hit you with a weapon. So I just whipped out a rocket launcher and started blasting. And he actually lived through that, so that was kind of fun. I wonder... I don't think it's going to work like that, even in co-op in this case, because it's healing gas, right? It has, like, heal over time. If it was a burst heal, though, that would be fucking sick. I mean, we can just get the heal thrower as, like, a little stopgap for the time being, and that's all we're going to get right now. Not even ammo for it, but we know how to conserve our ammo a little bit, so I think we'll be fine. And also, if we really want some more ammo, we can sell this shovel. We can turn the shovel into money, and then the money can be turned into healing gas. It's a very nice process. Science truly is amazing. But yeah, it's kind of already the end of the year, stream-wise, as it turns out. And I'm a little sad about that. I was gonna actually stream on Friday, but a lot of my plans shifted, so I don't think I'll be able to come online, sadly. So I'm hoping that we can make the most of tonight, basically. I'll be here for the guaranteed 4 hours, probably not much longer after, sadly, because I also have plans for tomorrow. I think I mentioned before that I'm doing, like, a gigantic 40k game. I already got, like, my armies set out on trays to take down, because as the host, you do get that advantage. I don't have to travel anywhere, I just gotta take my shit down like a flight of stairs, which is pretty cool. The downside is I also still have to set up the tables and some terrain and a bunch of other stuff, but that's not really that hard. It's kind of fun to do, actually. And I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't actually played a game in 1.5 months. I've been too busy hosting games to actually get any gaming of my own, at least tabletop-wise. But it's not been so bad, you know, like you watch other people play a game, you get to take part in their stories, and then I usually write, like, battle reports for, like, a little local online community thing that we have going. It's a fun time overall. But finally, I'll get to push my own toy soldiers around on the table, like a full-grown adult. I'm looking forward to it, actually. It's going to be a good time. It does, unfortunately, mean that unless I want to basically get no sleep, which is a little bit tempting, I'm going to be 100% real with you, I'm probably, like, going to leave a little bit after midnight. We'll see what kind of a mood we're in, because I could see myself. I'm crazy enough to just not get any sleep before, like, a whole day of actually pushing plastic models around on the table. Because I'm fucking insane like that. I do it very often before gaming events for some reason. Usually because I have a ton of unpainted shit, and I still need to actually get around to painting those. But this time, all of my stuff is painted. I don't need to work on it anymore. Alright, let's take this thing. The HRG Medic Missile. Healing gas, explosion on impact. Read the packaged leaflet before use. I mean, it's literally just an RPG, right? It's just an RPG with, like, the blue cross symbol on it. I assume it works the exact same way. Maybe having this as our singular weapon is not a good idea, but at the same time, it really appeals to the demolitionist player within me. It's like, what's your weapon? It's an RPG-7, with some gamer lights on it, and someone put a blue cross symbol on it for some reason. Don't worry about it. I'm sure that'll sort itself out. Honestly, as long as we don't get swarmed, we should be fine. And maybe this doesn't have a fuse time. We'll have to try that out. If it doesn't, then it might fast become my favorite weapon. It also only weighs 7. So it kind of seems like burst damage, though, doesn't it? A little bit, right? Like, the gas didn't stay around. Yeah, the gas doesn't stay around. It does, like, a gas explosion that maybe does a little bit of poison after, but this might be like a burst heal, actually. Which is kind of new tech. If it is, man, I need to try this in co-op. I really need to, like, try this later. And thankfully it is an HRG weapon, so I don't need... So there's a fuse time, by the way, because we just got, like, a projectile headshot with it, and it didn't explode. But the fuse time's pretty, like, slow. Well, low, rather, if you want to be exact. I mean, it's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. We don't have enough rounds to last this wave, and it's kind of weird using an RPG on anything other than a demolitionist after so many years. Like, in that ZED time, I definitely expected there to be some nuclear explosions, because that's usually what happens. Okay, yeah, it is, turns out, it is a projectile. It gets deleted by sirens. It is exactly what you would expect. Nothing more, nothing less, but hey, an HRG RPG is kind of a neat idea as far as things go. I kind of wish we could have like a bigger AoE on it. Although if you do get like into a crowd, it works. We will be needing some ammo. Well, we can also just finish this wave off with a 9mm. I'm wondering if this is going to be any good against something like a boss. I very, very much doubt it, by the way. So we will probably have to grab some other weapon alongside it, because the healing gas, again, though, if it's kind of bursty, if it's more burst damage than damage over time, it could work against certain bosses, I suppose. Like, once you get the armor off of Abomination, I feel like this could kind of own him a little bit. I really would love to get some ammo boxes to just continue using the thing, but I don't think any spawned yet. So we're gonna have to just, you know, get out the gat. Get our piece out and just end some lives. At least we're getting some very, very important Gunslinger XP. I don't even think this gives that, to be honest with you. It's just a 9mm. If it was dual wielded, well, this is awkward. I wish I could test out the burst damage on you, if anything, but is there a possibility that we get an ammo box? We can maybe hit up the cafeteria. There's usually an ammo box somewhere in there. Let's see. Maybe in the garage. Sometimes there's stuff up here, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time. I'm very disappointed, man. I really want to shoot a fleshpound with healing rockets. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be next wave. Yeah, I think this is going to have to be the rare 9mm fleshpound, because I do not see any green ammo boxes anywhere. I'd settle for red ammo boxes, but those don't really exist. Only in my nightmares do they exist. We can juke him. We got the movement speed. Bro, like, I'm willing to pay actual real money. Put microtransactions into the game, and I'll buy an ammo box right now. Just do a tripwire. Alright, fine. Let's just like shoot the man with a little pistol. It seems very awkward and unfitting. Like, he's been chasing us through the whole map. Kind of like touched our booty like twice maybe, and now we're just angrily like trying to fight him off with the tiniest gun in the game. When we do in fact have an RPG, it just, you know, doesn't have any rockets. Let me just, you know, inject some drugs as you do. Sometimes you gotta do some drugs when you're fighting men like 1.5 times your size. We will also run out of ammo on this, interestingly enough. So then it's gonna turn into a scalpel kill maybe. But apparently that's not necessary. Can you actually upgrade this RPG? Is it just the same as the basic RPG? Because you can get like one upgrade on that for 1500, I believe. I wonder what it would do, because like the RPG is not really worth upgrading. The upgrade system in the game is very, very shallow. It just gives you extra damage, and the RPG already is like fairly high damage. Yeah, it's the same thing. You can get like a bee's dick worth of a damage upgrade on it, I guess, if you really wanted to. And it also costs 1500, so we will not be doing that. Consequently, I will not be doing that. I mean, look, because of financial reasons, the only thing we can fit alongside it is an HM Tech SMG. I feel uncomfortable using this, to say the least, because I literally make fun of the firing sound every time. It's bad. Like, listen to this. It sounds like a fucking toy. It's even worse in Z time. Like, it becomes high-pitched. I don't know if other guns do that, but this gun definitely does, and it sounds really awkward. It's like a fucking Final Fantasy sound effect for some reason in my head. I don't know. We're gonna use this thing the most, clearly, because that's what we came here to do. We got a fucking gamer light RPG 7, so what else are we gonna use it for, other than exterminating lives? And I mean, hey, here's a fleshpound. So that was one shot on him. Thank you. I was about to say, like, please let me go. Waited 2 shots fleshpounds though. I mean, on solo. You know, it's only on solo, but still, that's not bad. Kind of want to see a Scrake now as well. Okay, can you punch me away from you? Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, so that's one of the shots that we need. And that's 2. Alright, that's pretty sweet, actually. I mean, honestly, I'm just happy to have another character that has access to the RPG-7, to be real with you. I like this weapon on Demolitionist, I like it on Survivalist, I kind of like it on everything. I guess a part of me is a little sad that it went to Medic, because imagine a world where Firebug would have gotten an RPG. Oh man, just thinking about it, it's the fire of my loins. the apple of my eye. But unfortunately, we're not going to live in that timeline, so we're going to have to live with this instead. Instead of setting fire to, like, I don't know, an entire small town and its population with the pull of just one trigger, we're going to have to be okay with, like, healing up the same village after somebody else already set fire to it. It also, like, one-shots kind of everything due to the way the damage number is set up, which is kind of neat. Love to see it. I really, really want to see a Scrake, and I really hope we get one. Because, in case you didn't know, if you hit a Scrake in the head with an unexploded RPG-7 projectile, an ice cream cone if you will, then they tend to die immediately on most difficulties. On some, you might need 2 headshots. I think on Hell on Earth you need 2. But they have essentially a vulnerability to unexploded explosive projectiles, such as that one. Which means that it's a really good and easy way of taking them down. And it's really fucking hilarious, because people don't really see it coming. Like, especially if you do it with someone in the party that doesn't have any clue that that's a thing. They'll be, like, crying out for your demolition. It's like, no, be careful, there's a Scrake! And then you just walk up to them, and, well, this one exploded, unfortunately, so we didn't get to see. Yeah, we can still kind of take his head off with that, which is not bad. Did we get both? No, we didn't get both bloats. I'm disappointed. Look, it does have its limitations. Unfortunately, it is not stronger than God, as it turns out, but I think maybe that's okay. You know what? I guess we can't test that. I was about to say, like, maybe we can test out if we can heal ourselves with it, but that's because of the fact that the projectile has, like, a safe explosion radius isn't gonna work, obviously. But imagine if you could do that, if you could just, like, shoot underneath yourself to heal yourself. Maybe that's why they didn't make that a possibility. Now that I said it, I think it kind of makes sense that they didn't. Turns out that stands to reason. So we're gonna sell our SMG because I really didn't want it in the first place. And we're gonna pick up something else. Now if we actually get an upgrade on this, this still only goes to 8, which is, I mean, a pretty heavy weight, but it's not bad. I guess we could have a Hemogoblin alongside it, which would probably be, like, the meta pick. And it might actually be what you have alongside it. You can't have an Incision if you upgrade it once, but you can have an Incision and this. Although I really wonder why you would do that now that I've said it out loud. I think probably what you would do is get the Hemogoblin for the big stuff and maybe just use this thing somewhat against the hordes if they build up enough, and also just against, like, the Flesh Pounds as we saw. And I mean, Hemogoblin is just fan-fucking-tastic in general, so... But again, if we can see the damage on a boss with this gun, that's what I'm here for. That's what I came here to do. It's Matriarch. She has a lot of armor, so the healing gas I don't think is gonna do a lot initially, but you never know. We can try. We can give it the old college try. She's in here, right? Let's see if we can cut her off. That's not so bad damage. Oh, like, metal pole, you're my only friend. Okay, so this is, I think, too close to hit her with. We gotta, like, kite her a little differently. Thankfully, like, it doesn't have to be particularly far away to get that detonation, which is actually very, very good in this case. It's not bad even against the shield. I'm very, very surprised. We actually took her shield off. I'm very curious. That was most of the helmet health, wasn't it? Like, almost 100% in one shot. We just broke the gun as well? Holy shit, this thing deals incredible damage. Apparently, like, it doesn't care about armor. Seemingly, it gives 0 fucks about armor. Oh, there's an ammo box there. I should have picked that up. I mean, look, it's not the full damage spec demolitionist damage, but then nothing is, so I don't think that's a fair comparison. But it is rather good. As if Medic needed another weapon that's just good against, like, bosses. But hey, here you go, you got another one, so enjoy, I guess. There's the cafeteria ammo I was talking about before, but we didn't end up coming to the cafeteria. She interrupted my reload. How rude. How rude and condescending. Bro, like, I think we might have, like, a new weapon we'll use for boss waves with this perk. Because it's just so easy. If this, like, scales this well, I'm insanely looking forward to using it in, like, future co-op games. This is my jam. Yeah, one-shotting EDARs is also pretty satisfying, I would say. I mean, hey, they made good DLC weapons. I really like the Storm Cannon as well. It works really, really well, and apparently the ZED MKIII is also pretty good, and so are the HRGs. So hats off with this update. They added probably the best map that has been added to the game since I've been playing, so for like 2.5 years now. Crash is really just that damn good, and then they also went and did this. So, I mean, hey man, job's a good one. Job's a good one. That's really impressive. Okay, fine. If you must have my honest opinion, I would have probably liked the HRG RPG, regardless of what it's like. To be real with you, it's just, it's a reskinned RPG. What do you want from me? Like, I'm not a particularly deep person. I'm not a particularly deep individual, as it turns out. I don't need a lot to get that happiness. Just an RPG 7 is enough from the looks of it. But hey. It's a good weapon. It's a good weapon. I kind of want to do Endless on Crash, but we've done it so much. Let's do something else. Let's do something else. Carolyn Hamlet is kind of ass, though. Let's not go there. I don't feel like doing that. I can tell you for a fact I don't feel like doing that. We could do Shopping Spree. It's pretty good. You can play Endless on Santa's Workshop, but it is probably one of the worst maps for it, unfortunately. Why am I even in an online match though? Now that I'm doing this, I realize the error of my ways. Shopping Spree Endless hard. Yeah, we'll change the perk once we get in there. Yeah, the speed is actually pretty good. I gotta be honest with you. Now, I would like to get some SWAT XP for sure. There's also a part of me that wants to get some Gunslinger XP. Maybe some Sharpshooter. Maybe some Sharpshooter. You know what? Let's get this out of the way. This isn't that bad of a map for Sharpshooter. And this is also the best way to get XP. Endless hard games are the best. The first 4 waves are essentially a joke. It is possible to die, but it takes a lot of wrong for it to happen. Like, a lot needs to go wrong in quick succession to result in anybody's demise, generally speaking. Of course, it also depends on player level, but I think with level 22, we, outside of the Z time ability, have access to all of our kit, basically. And I mean, as long as we don't just forget how to aim, I think we'll be fine. Case in point, I just missed 2 shots, but hey, disregard that, please. Strike it from the record. But yeah, like, we'll try to get the Storm Cannon and see how it scales, because we've used it for regular, normal length games. It's like short games, essentially. And it worked fine. It worked pretty well, I would say. I actually like it a lot. It has improved my sharp experience, my quality of life with this perk significantly. I don't know, dude, like, do I have any abilities that actually make it important for me to aim down sights? I do wonder. Because if not, I'm just gonna keep on hip firing for the most part. It just works better for me for some reason. I think it probably has something to do with the fact that I spend a lot more time shooting from the hip than aiming down sights. So we could go to 594, but it wouldn't really do anything for us. I think for the time being, we'll just keep the Winchester, get like a little bit more ammo for it. Thankfully, it's so cheap that we don't have to be worried at all. And I will quickly look at this. Yeah, stun power. Yeah, stability seems really good, but you move around a lot in this game, I tend to find. Rack 'em up, of course, pretty good. So you should be aiming down sights. Okay. Yeah, okay. I wanted to check that. So we'll aim down sights. It doesn't make us worse. In fact, it from a statistical perspective actually improves our capability of dealing damage, which is kind of fucking important in this game about dealing damage. But yeah, we'll have to keep that in mind. Aim down sights whenever you can, apparently. Ads, always aim down sights. You know, that old adage. I know it's adage, by the way, but I felt like saying it wrong. It's just like garbage. Saying things with like a French accent is just infinitely better. You remember the part where I said we would aim down sights a lot and then we continue not to do so? Yep, welcome to stream. That's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. It's just headshot damage, I think, that it increases, though, to be fair, so... Although, ideally, we are shooting for the head every time. And I mean, it is a precision perk, so yes, we normally are shooting for the head whenever we get a chance. Hey, we had an Alpha Cloud objective apparently. Should like reload in between shots. I guess that's another reason why though I tend to like shoot from the hip more. It's just easier to get those reloads in there. I guess for the trash it basically is unimportant. And we're gonna get to have a different weapon now. I need to check the cost of the storm cannon. It's at 1400. Yeah, that's a ways off right now. We can get a centerfire instead though, and that's a pretty big improvement for us. I will take a third grenade because if things get kind of messed up, it's good to have a get out of jail for free card. And that's essentially what this is, at least for sharpshooter. I mean for the whole team as well. Normally on like a suicidal game, we would also have to think about some quarter pounds that, I mean, they would have appeared already on wave 2, and on wave 3 you start seeing flash pounds and the occasional scrake. And then it's really, really good if you can freeze them before they do any attacks and then just go to town on them. But we don't really have to worry about that whatsoever right now, because turns out we're on a different difficulty. We're on a different vibe. I guess I could have skipped the trader, but I was too busy talking smack and pretending to be smart. You'll have to excuse me for that. That happens relatively often here. I am a big fan of the centerfire. It's a great weapon, and I was happy to see that there's still an argument to be made for using it even off perk. Like, it's just good enough that you can run it with, like, Berserker, as long as you get accurate headshots with it. And, I mean, hey, it allows you to reach out and touch certain Zeds that, especially, I would say, like, Hell on Earth, you're just not really comfortable touching. I was playing Suicidal earlier, and you really don't want to go up to bloats as a Berserker, if you can help it, at the best of times. Incidentally, we're also, like, stood still a lot right now, so there's an argument to be made for stability at this current moment with the way we're playing. But, hey, as you can see, we are, like, now moving. That should have been a headshot. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but still. If for nothing else, for Rakama purposes, it should have been a headshot. Yeah, Storm Cannon is going to improve our lives significantly, at least with, like, taking out the hordes. I have been thinking of, like, pushing to higher difficulties and trying to see what we can actually get done, because, don't get me wrong, playing comfort games on hard is a lot of fun. And it does allow us to reference that nice little Mitten Squad quote of, like, well, I'm hard, so I'm playing on hard. But at the same time, there's something to be said about potentially becoming real, actual men instead of a wee little boy and playing on something like Suicidal, or maybe even on Hell on Earth. And I mean, solo is always going to be easier than something in co-op or like in a multiplayer game. To a degree. Like, don't get me wrong, you can reach a point with group play, with like 3 or 4 players, I would say, where it becomes a lot easier because of the sheer amount of damage everybody's throwing out. I'll get some armor already, just for comfort's sake. It's probably a bit of a waste, but I'm kind of hoping we'll get an area before the boss. There's no way we can influence that, sadly, so that's going to be down to our luck. But I'm pretty lucky most of the time, so let's hope that it ends up happening anyway. You know how you know you really made it on this platform? You got follower bots in your chat. So I'm already excited. I'm delighted. This is a gift. That's why they called it the present. I was gonna say, like, you gotta have a head somewhere in there. Just because you're invisible, you still have a head, or so I've heard. I do think that if I got good enough with Sharpshooter, it would probably be, like, even more chill than Firebug, to be honest with you. It's just I'm not at that point yet. But maybe one day we could reach that point, and by God, it would be amazing. Perhaps it's just exposure therapy. And we just gotta play more of it. Until we get, like, super comfortable. It is basically an aim trainer as well, so doing these reps in this game will allow us to be incredible at every other video game, hopefully. I think a lot of, like, actual aiming skill is obviously transferable from one video game to the other. I don't think anybody's debating that, by the way, but it is an interesting topic. Like, the sooner you get super accurate in one game, the better you're going to be in another. recoil mechanics exist in some games, although they're kind of going the way of the dodo more than anything, I'm noticing. Like, a lot of modern titles just don't bother with them at all. So even if we sell this right now, we'll go to 1200, which is a good amount of money, but it is not enough for a storm cannon. So for the time being, I'm just going to get this. And although it took us a large amount of cash, I'm thinking it's going to have to be what we have for the time being. Now, we can use the elevator shaft here, essentially, to kite some of the bosses. Although it is, like, a pretty big object to run around, it can get a little annoying sometimes. We can also just use this pillar, but if we get caught, we can get, like, knocked down, take a bunch of health damage. We'll see. We'll see. It's weird because Sharpshooter is so great against bosses in terms of damage. Like, it really lends itself to it, but it's still, for me, very awkward to play it during boss wave. Especially solo, because ideally, as a sniper, you don't want to be in the front line. But I'm the only line right now. And I mean, hey, this is another situation where, like, we're not gonna get 10% of our damage, which clearly we are not missing that bad right now with the amount of damage we're putting out. At the same time, though, like, I kind of miss it, though. It is a wave 5 boss, so I think it stands to reason that we can get him. So we can kite him in there. I don't really need this, but it feels good to have. I mean, yeah, there you go. It turns out you just have to be less worried at like a wave 5 for sure. Because he kind of can't do anything. I believe his head is gone now. We probably should have stopped. All that ammo we got, just wasted. I do think this is enough for the storm cannon, just barely. 24 bullets, I mean, hey. 24 bullets in a dream. Make that, I want to say, probably like 32 now. Oh, baby, make that 40. I'm feeling very comfortable with 40. I know this has an awful reload. I remember that much. Like, it's long, and the animation is bad. Let's be real. But perhaps that's fine. I don't think we're going to get any armor with 12. That would be 4 more armor. It makes very little difference. Let's skip the trader for once. Let's see how far we can go as Sharpshooter. Obviously, a lot is going to depend on what kind of modifiers we also encounter, but hey, we can give it the old college try, to be sure. See what we can see. And I mean, this is going to help immensely with taking down hordes, because we just need one good headshot and the whole wave is gone, basically. I don't know if it does additional damage against EDARs. I guess that's something... It is technically, like, electric damage, right? And it seemingly does have, like, an EMP style effect, so... Wait, did we just get that bloat from, like, a random headshot on a guy next to it? Because that's huge if it works like that. Oh, it also one-shots the rioters. That's really, really good to know. Time for that awkward reload. Excuse me for a sec while I reload. It's pretty good. Very happy with that headshot, by the way, in case you couldn't tell. Pretty proud of myself. Yeah, this gun is incredible. It's a lot of fun to use, actually. And I'm so happy that we got so much ammo on the ground. Like, I was a little bit worried with just 24 rounds, because if we end up being a little inaccurate, that's going to be, like, problematic. Oh, you can see, like, the scorch mark on the wall. Kind of good attention to detail, actually. Who's left? And where are they? Oh, there's someone coming up. I was about to say, like, where is this guy? I thought they were stuck in, like, a ventilation shaft or something up above us. But thankfully not the case. So it doesn't have an EMP effect, by the way. It has, like, a cosmetic effect on the EDARs. Maybe it has an EMP on the EDARs themselves, but it didn't EMP the Scrake. Whereas the Incision, for example, does. Which is pretty good. It's a good quality for it. It's 1500. I mean, hey man, I'll just go back to the same spot. From what I remember, this thing is also really, really good against the Flesh Pounds. In fact, it might be better against the Flesh Pounds than the Scrakes, from what I remember. I think we'll see that in a minute or so, but... because I'm about to skip this trader town and see what we can see. It stands to reason we're gonna see some fleshbounds now, considering we got Ace Crake before. I guess we could also use this to just snipe some fools from over here. Oh, I wish that was a headshot. Although there was nobody else around, so I guess it makes no difference. Might as well get that reload going while we still have the time. It's just a cool effect. Like, it's strong as well, don't get me wrong, but it's pretty nice to have essentially, chain lightning on headshots. Kind of sick with it. I want to say, and it feels like we keep mentioning the game, but I want to say they had a gun like this. Maybe not a gun. I actually think it was a passive ability that you could get in Borderlands. Now that I just said it, I think it was the Necromancer. They had something like this in one of the skill trees. Okay, the hitbox on the head of these guys is a little wonky when you're aiming down at the floor. But yeah, dude, Storm Cannon, apparently very, very good as well. It's no ZED MKIII, but then what it really is. Also, that would make a very ill-fitting weapon for a sharpshooter. Shooting, like, a lot of energy balls. Okay, we can actually try this. Yeah, it's like a 2-shot on the Skrakes. Well, Skrakes, the Fleshbounds. Which is insane. And also, this isn't upgraded, keep in mind. We could actually upgrade this even further. Although it's going to be a while by the time we do, because we're not getting any areas, unfortunately. But that's fine. We're getting valuable XP, so I'm here for it. And also, I mean, I'm playing Sharpshooter. That's already kind of, new for me. Don't tend to play it a lot. I really like playing it when someone is, like, medic alongside me, but I've always had this opinion about Sharp, personally, that it's one of the perks in the game that probably aged, like, the worst. Back in the day, when everybody had their little box that they had to fit into, like Firebuck could only kill trash, support could only really kill the large stuff, and your ammo reserves were so bad that if you thought about anything else, you immediately ran out of ammo. It was a different time, essentially, and I think back then, being able to just kill a big Zed like that, like at the push of a button, was such a unique capability for this perk. So you would have the whole team built around Sharpshooter to facilitate their kills, basically. And I mean, it still happens in competitive as well, keep in mind, because of the Z time abilities, but it's a little different, in my opinion, still. I do think the fact that there's so many different perks now. Oh, what's the topic of today's TED Talk? Welcome in, Kardash. I'm just talking about how, like, games aging has an effect on the various weapons. I'm playing a sniper perk, basically, in Killing Floor right now, and it feels a little weird because it doesn't feel necessary at the best of times. Like, normally the thing you were doing with this character, essentially, with this class, if you will, was just, like, getting headshots, and you were the only thing that could kill the big guys fast enough. But now, kind of everybody can do it. Like, a lot of perks have been given various weapons that just don't really care for big old health bars and stuff. So it's a little bit weird, but they made it a lot more fun with this, like, electric sniper rifle. Also, they have big head mode on now, so this is basically easy mode for this wave. Man, I do love that rack 'em up sound. Like, I feel like in real life, if my job had that sound effect when I actually did something good, I'd probably get a lot more done. Maybe that's something I could do. Like a life hack style app. Just hook up an MP3 player with the headphones, and I don't know, every 15 minutes, it just plays that sound. The 5-stack rack 'em up in my ear. Could be a grand old time. Oh, dude, that area was sick, because it actually got us enough money to upgrade this. As if we needed more damage, but hey, turns out we can have even more. But yeah, how have you been doing, Kardash? How did your family Christmas go? I think last time we spoke, you just jumped in briefly and mentioned that you had to go to a family shindig. That would certainly motivate me. I mean, hey, they always talk about gamification in the business side of things, so it doesn't get more gamification than literally taking video game sound effects. I can already see the threads, though. I can already see the threads on certain parts of the internet. Like, imagine turning your job into literal bing bing wahoo. They're making them as we speak. Oh, it's 64 common enemies now. Christmas was filled with much overeating. In other news, water is indeed wet. I mean, same over here, man. But that's kind of what the holiday is about, I think. They say it's the holiday of love, but I think it's the holiday of loving your stomach. And by loving it, I mean overfilling it with dangerous amounts of food. And alcohol, too. I don't know if you partake. I imagine that you do, though. Like, Yeah, I got that kind of vibe, let's put it that way. Kind of had like a rogue particle effect there in the center of the screen. Not sure what that was all about. We should like scope whenever we can, because we do get 10% extra damage. Loving is code for punishing your stomach. It kind of is. Yo, can you like stop? Can you just like lay down your arms so that I can kill you? I got like 40 more of you to kill. Come on now, I don't got all day. I mean, same deal here. We have so much leftovers, it's insane. We don't really know what to do with them at this point. I keep telling my parents that they should like set up a food stand on the street, but the problem is I think everybody else does the same thing, where they make way too much food and therefore no one would buy. So it's not even a good business idea. But maybe someone would buy it, like, I don't know, the novelty of it. A Christmas leftover food truck actually like might hit pretty hard. I don't know, dude. Maybe I should patent that idea. Maybe I should trademark it. I was gonna say one of those is gonna be a headshot. Oh man, we're knee-deep in dead bodies. The reload on this thing is like the one thing that I don't like. It's actually like awkward to the point due to its length that it's incredible. We got swarmed even though I just like randomly pressed it there and there was nothing on the screen and they still kind of overran us. Although, to be fair, we're also a sniper up against, like, actual trash right now. We do have, like, the best anti-trash weapon that we have access to, but, yeah. It's gonna be a little rough. It's boss time now, though, so... Gonna be back in our element, and I mean, this thing, upgraded, deals with bosses pretty well from what we've seen before. Let's inject some drugs, as you do. Kind of tempted to come upstairs once again because there is another pillar here that we can maybe use if it's gonna be matriarch. So you know what? Let's just skip it and see who we get. The fall damage is not a big friend of mine, but I think we can avoid it here if we don't get knocked down. If we actually drop straight down onto those little like pillars / information boards. I see that he's spawned. He's a melee boss, which is not the greatest, but he also has free armor next to him. If you'll notice in the bottom of the screen, bottom left there. Ooh, baby. Well, I mean, hey, we got some intel. I'm also getting pushed into a corner, so that's not so much fun. And I'm quickly realizing that the reload animation is not going to be our friend once again. But I think we'll live with it somehow. It's not bad damage, like, still. We don't really need the armor yet, which is why I'm going in a different direction for the time being. The lack of feedback on the gun, and that's not, like, pun unintended, you know, it's an electrical weapon, and I'm talking about feedback, hardy har, but it is a little weird, like, it's got recoil, but it doesn't seem to match up with the way the gun works, and I'm not just, like, talking about it from, like, a physics perspective. Oh man, he's also got a death laser, let's not forget about that part. No, I want to go the other way. Fine, I'll go through the kitchen then. You know what, I'll dodge a death laser while we're at it. I'm gonna do the thing that we always do if there's free armor and we know of it. I'm gonna kill the guy, and now I'm gonna pick it up, and then pretend like we didn't take any damage. We flawless the boss on wave 10, right guys? You were all here for it. You all saw it happen. The numbers don't lie. It's 100 and 100, therefore we didn't get hit. Easy game. Come on now. That's how it goes. Okay, let's think about what we could have alongside this. You know, before I was making an argument for the crossbow, because it's really good single target damage, and I guess it is better than this thing, so if we were super smart about it, then we'd use the crossbow for the big Zeds, and this would be our trash killer, and I can't promise you that we'll do that, because, as it turns out, I have misled you all, and I'm not actually smart, but we can pretend to be smart, is the big thing. And, I mean, hey, if you pretend long enough, then after a certain while, it becomes second nature, and you're not really pretending. You know, fake it till you make it and all that, as some people say. The chain lightning is absolutely sick with it, by the way. It feels good. I made a mistake. I pressed reload, and there was an enemy still spawning. Therefore, I will be taking damage. It's a very simple, like, flowchart with this weapon. If you press the R button, and enemies exist anywhere within, like, a 200-kilometer radius, then they might reach you. In fact, it's very, very likely that they will, in fact, reach you. So once you got that part figured out, it's fairly easy to decide when to reload. And the answer is never / like when you absolutely must. But like, look at that. That was a fantastic set of kills, and I only had to expend one piece of ammo for it. Oh, getting the elite crawler headshot. it's just great. Can we do it again? Oh baby, he's got it going on demand, writing all of it down. Peepo noted and all that. I don't think I have that one enabled, sadly. It's been a while since I've looked at the BTTV emotes. Was it 7TV? I don't even know, dude. It's one of those sites. I'm not hip with the kids. I just know there's peepos and you know, all that fun stuff. That's all I have. That's all I have because John Twitch refuses. I've never really used him. I kind of like him in other people's chat, actually. I see the appeal, and I mean, it's kind of fun. Okay, so now we're gonna do the smart thing. This thing like stuns on headshot, right? That was a neck shot, by the way, which is good in hunting. Maybe, I don't know. Can like a hunting, because I'm always viewing on mobile. Oh, any mobile chats in the room? Apparently the answer is yes, by the way. Yo, can you stop? I'm trying to shoot you in the head. Stop being so rude. Just take it. Just take it. I was gonna say, like, if you fail to hit me another time, I think they'll revoke your chainsaw license. I really should be scoping for these guys too, because of the extra damage, I'm realizing. It's definitely, the crossbow is gonna be doing better. You have to hit them, by the way. Yeah, Papega aim. Papega aim in the building. This is the great part of the stream, because I'm actually playing the sniper perk, and I'm awful with it. Like, I'm actually more accurate on other perks than this, and it's ridiculous. I think I have performance anxiety on like, sharpshooter. I just don't do well with it ever. And it's become like a nervous thing where I'm like, oh god, I gotta hit them! Oh no! And meanwhile, like, you put me on fucking Firebug or Demolitionist, I'm literally hitting headshots with fucking RPGs for no reason. Just for fun. And it's just like, yeah, like, you know, if there's no pressure, I got it going. But apparently, I'm really, really bad with sharpshooter. One day we'll get better, because it's currently level 23. So we got 2 more levels until we reach the max. But then I'm very, very likely to actually prestige it, just to go through it again. I think this is a one-shot on the fat people, though. And by this, I mean the lightning storm. Oh, it's a storm cannon. It's not a lightning storm. It could be called the lightning storm, for all you know. But I just outed myself. It's not. It is a one-shot, by the way, so we don't really need to reload. Oh, even the arc lightning is a one-shot. It's all a self-nerf. It would be so good if it would lose entertainment value if you hit all the shots. Optimal gameplay, king. I mean, I don't know, dude. A lot of people have this idea that apparently to be any kind of good at streaming, you need to have, like, I don't know, 68 qualities. I was literally, like, reading a list the other day, and I was chuckling to myself. I'm like, holy shit, bro. Like, I'm very far from having any of these, let alone all of them. But it might also explain why, you know, like, John Twitch refuses to answer my call. I keep calling him in the middle of the night. I got his number off of a Chinese phishing site. It only cost me about $1,700, actually. Pretty sure it's legit. And I've been ringing it. Occasionally they pick up, and I think he's figured out the gig. He knows it's up, because when he does pick up on the off chance, they pretend like it's a laundromat or something, but, I mean, we all know it's not that. Like, come on now, John. Come on now, dude. I know what your deal is. I'm just saying, give me that sub button. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'll let you go. I'll stop calling. You just gotta get me that sub button. Yeah, you know it's legit when they ask you to pay in Target gift cards. Exactly. Like, I got the iTunes gift cards in, like, a cardboard box. I know the process. Like, this isn't my first rodeo, as they say. Alright. Did we get another modifier? No, but we do get extra XP in the form of stand in this, like, area. It is Tiny Terror, which could be disastrous, but I think we have enough single target damage that it's not going to be. Maybe we'll be fine. Copium. We could do it. We could do it. Like, we could do it with the best of them. I mean, we can miss the first shot, too. That's just to keep them guessing. Keep their heads ringing. I was too far away for the chain lightning. Disappointing. Oh no, the chain lightning actually made it more difficult there. It made a tiny siren. So it's really basically going to be the big stuff that's going to be annoying for us, I think. Based on my understanding. Also, that guy apparently didn't die from a single shot. I thought he was also a one shot. Well, we can down him anyway, but just something to keep in mind. We should probably try to get the reload cancel on this gun too, now that I'm thinking about it. Can you turn around so that I can shoot you in the chest? No. Okay. Well, it was good to ask, I think. It's nice to ask. I'm gonna leave the area, but not by jumping out. That seems like the coward's way out. At that point, I'd rather get eaten by the Zeds. Maybe we can still get the area. Just do a little bit of kiting. Explosion. Okay, the EDARs are actually, like, ruining my life. They're completely ruining my life. Man, that was like 20 more progress on that. Holy shit, that's frustrating. Alright, fine. I'll take the long way around. I got my kukri out. Let's run faster. Let's get the CS ghost rats. Look at that parry. You don't see that everywhere. You only see it on the good channels. Look at all the tiny robots we made. They actually look like toys now. I mean, look, this is just an ammo run. This isn't me being cowardly and kiting for no reason. I just wanted some ammo. I'm just being a pro gamer. You wouldn't get it because you're not a pro gamer. Again, not headshotting the elite crawler was deliberate that time. I wanted the poison cloud because it's gonna deal a lot more damage to them. Copium. Alright. We need like one more kill if it's a big enough Zed, and then we're good with the area. Please tell me that EDAR is gonna be enough. Come on now, dude. That's so sad. The Rioter killed me. The Candyman grabbed my ass. You're right, I'm not a pro gamer. Apparently neither am I, as you can clearly see. Unfortunately, the jig is up. They got me. They got me dead to rights. Candyman grabbed my ass, and then I got launched, I think, off of this balcony as well, but it's hard to tell. I think I'm in pieces, so I think my head is, like, up top here. You can kind of see it at the bottom of the screen, but I can't make it out. I don't know if that's my body or my head or one of my arms. But I think parts of me flew over the railing, so you get extra points for that, by the way. Hey, we got some XP. We got like 14k. Could have been a lot more if we had the prestige bonus, but we don't have that yet. What's another somewhat festive map? I really don't want to do Santa's Workshop because it sucks. It's just a bad map because it's so, like, the fucking pods are so far away. You know what? Burning Paris is definitely a festive map, right? Sometimes people go take a vacation in Europe during the holiday season. It happens. Maybe your Christmas gift from your loving family was a flight to Paris. And then you came over here and now it's burning. Maybe it's your fault that it's burning. You ever think about that? So I wanted to grind some SWAT XP, and that's actually going to go faster because we do have the prestige bonus with it. But we gotta be smart. We gotta get close combat training to get 75 extra dosh when we spawn in the form of a pistol, and then we immediately go back on tactical reload. And then we do the mind-numbing gameplay of semi-auto SMG play. The hard part is not hitting the shots. The hard part is having the self-restraint and the will to live to continue doing it. Like, look at this. It's just a pistol with extra steps at this point. Like, it could be a bullet hose. I could be having fun, but I'm not. Or Rat King, I gotta run. I hear Dan could be streaming in a couple hours. Oh man, don't tempt me with that shit. If he is, then I'll pull the all-nighter. I won't even stream. I'll just watch. I'll get popcorn. I think there's a 24/7 like convenience store nearby. I could get some popcorn for that. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, Kardash. I really enjoyed your company. And if you can get Unga Bunga Dan, you know, to stream more often, then I have a couple of iTunes gift cards I could definitely give you. Apparently John Twitch doesn't need them anymore. Like, the deal is up. So just give me an address and I'll send you a cardboard box. So that is a good running emote, by the way. I'm a big fan of that one. Perhaps we'll have someone to raid from the sounds of it. Would be glorious. There's our extra money. Does it make any difference? It kind of did. It kind of did, as you can see. Lamau, work schedule is changing to free up some time. I hope so. That would be great. That would be great. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that stream for sure. Always a good time. I only caught like bits and pieces of the other one because I was hanging out with some family at the time. So I did the Unga Bunga special. I've seen him do it a couple times. You know, like I did the look mom, look what like Unga Bunga Dan taught me. Just go into a stream, drop a bunch of subs, leave, refuse to elaborate, Giga Chad move. I'm now noticing after playing so much sharpshooter that we're like Sonic fast right now with SWAT. Look at me just zooming, straight zooming. Meow. And I mean, hey, the good part of the MP5 is we no longer have to pretend to have any restraint. Because it can either be burst fire, which is a little bit cringe, or we can be full erect and just like have fully auto. And that's my jam. That's what I like. You notice how many more headshots I'm getting already? Although it's pretty easy with SMGs. I'll also mention that. It's also very refreshing to have a reload that doesn't take actually 4 years. Kind of a good time. I don't really mind it. I wonder if we'll get... I mean, we should be able to get to level 20, I think, with this. We looked at it the other day when we were last streaming Endless Games. I think we usually get around 20k XP with the Prestige perks. So that could be a good time, because right now we're missing only about 4k, let's say, for this one. And then probably 17, so like 21,000 XP for level 20, which would actually get us some new capabilities. Just gonna get some grenades, although I don't think we really need them. There's no big Zeds coming until like wave 6. Oh man, free armor in this economy? Let me get that shit. And also, let's be efficient. Stay nimble. Keep it going. I'm all about the Marius too. It's free XP basically. Man, I can't believe that there was a time with SWAT where I would just swear by the heavy armor perk. This is actually so much better. Like, being able to stay mobile, it's hugely important, man. It allows you to get to places. It allows you to avoid damage. It does it all. Can you, like, stop living? Thank you. I would appreciate it. I'm just gonna reload. I don't think it's worth shooting those 2 men. Didn't feel like extending right then. I mean, this is basically SWAT heaven right now, as it turns out, because pretty much we're just having trash, and we're the trash man. Well, one of the trash men. Technically, Firebug also has kind of a, I guess, a claim for that role. But at the same time, Firebug can also just, like, kill anything now. They overtuned it a lot, and I love it. But I get to be upset about Firebug now, because we didn't get a Firebug HRG RPG, so therefore I get to be upset, you know? I think it would be really great if they would make a second HRG for the RPG, if it would be the only gun that gets that. And the new version of it would just, like, set afire the size of the whole map. Maybe I could make a mod for that on the Steam version, rather than just, like, talking about it needlessly. So if I sell this, it does get us the nail gun, and I do like a nail gun. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't really, like, want to get the armor that we're missing. I refuse. It was free, okay? I'm gonna reap all the benefits of it that I can, such as not investing any further into it. That's significantly cooler. Yeah, this will still be a very, very boring wave, for sure. And then the boss is gonna die like a chump. We already know that for a fact, because Nailgun shreds anything on wave 5. Looking forward to it, though, man. It's really good to be back playing some Killing Floor 2. I really, really love this game still. I don't know what it is about it. Like, especially the older maps. Like, Burning Paris, I think, is also a pretty old map. And it just looks cool, dude. All the more, like, gritty maps have something to them. I don't know what it is, but I really like them. I was talking about it with Crash a lot during the last stream where he played it, and I don't know, dude, it's the atmosphere. Like, it's just a cool fucking map. You enjoy being on it. Sometimes the more, like, mystical-looking maps are a little fun occasionally, but I don't know, dude, Crash stole my heart, but I also understand why I like it, I think. It's really cool to feel like you're in a place that you could be in real life in a video game. And then, you know, it's embellished by all these gameplay mechanics. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna be in a cafe in Paris with a nail gun, going fully automatic, balls to the walls, killing, I don't know, 50 fucking, essentially, zombies. But I could go to a cafe in Paris at one point in my life, and it might look a little something like this. And then I'll remember the sensation of playing a video game where I got to use an SMG on people in that setting. And that's cool. It's actually pretty sweet. Now, we could actually upgrade this, and I mean, if we're going to go down that route, it would still work out pretty well, because we'd have the nail gun, which we could upgrade twice, to get up to 7 weight, and then the G36C as the other weapon. You know what? Let's do that. For Endless, I don't really mind upgrades. For regular games, I think it's questionable at the best of times, if they're worth it, but for Endless games, I really find them more fun. Of course, you ideally want to have just one upgraded weapon and one really expensive gun, so that if you die and one of them gets dropped, you don't really care which one you get, because either you're getting like a gun that's worth 2,000 Dosh, or maybe you're getting like an upgraded gun that actually was more of an investment than that. Who is it gonna be? It's Hans! I heard from a little birdie that he really doesn't like getting nailed. So let's see if it's true. He's just over here, isn't he? Oh yeah. Allow me to do the pro gamer move of walking forward and shooting him 72 times in the span of 2 seconds. There you go. Turns out, Wave 5 boss, absolute pushover. We already knew this, but it's still fun to be reassured every time. And we can basically have all the ammo back that we just used to do that, which is even funnier. And a little bit disrespectful to this Hans, man. Like, oh my god. Yeah, like, we will have to spend 45 Dosh on our autofill right now after a boss fight. It is only Wave 5 on hard, but that's still fucking funny, dude. Glorious. Glorious to behold. Look at that. Wonderful. We didn't make that much money in the first place. Let's ignore that part. It kind of takes away from the joke, but nonetheless, we have fun here. And in fact, let's keep having fun by killing more things. Yeah, I don't think we need triple shot for the regular wave stuff. In fact, we don't really have an ability to sustain that. I don't think the economy of Dubai has enough money to sustain like one SWAT refusing to switch off of triple shot on a nail gun. It cannot be done. It's more money than the entire world has. The Federal Reserve can't do that. And they can print on demand. Oh, somebody grabbed me. They're grabbing my butt, dude. Hey, it's a skook. He's kind of like stuck in place from the looks of it. He took his head off, though, pretty well. Oh, I think we need to like hit legs on these guys still. We're no sharpshooter anymore. Gotta change the muscle memory. I will say one of the biggest buffs about playing sharpshooter has got to be the fact that you can just get headshots on riders. It feels fucking incredible. Every other perk struggles mightily to kill those guys, and then it's just like one pull of a trigger, they're just falling to the ground. Oh, it feels good. It feels good. Although SWAT also kind of makes mincemeat out of them, just in a different way. You gotta take their kneecaps for a wild ride, and then they just fall down dead. Slowly but surely, we're building up our money, although we did use a bunch of resources this particular wave, considering we got beaten up. Not really to within an inch of our life, but, I mean, we did get pretty low at a certain point, for what it's worth. I don't mind the underground section here in this map, but I do think that the upstairs is just easier to manage, generally speaking. For the boss fights, there's something to all the pillars, for sure. Like against Matriarch, there's an argument to be had with that, but let me real quick look at something. Oh, okay. Got like a bunch of emails that I could see, and I wanted to get rid of those notifications. Thank you for excusing me for those 12 seconds, I want to say. Kind of a long time. I only thought it was one email, but then we got 2 more, so. But like I said, I really like this map. I think what it boils down to is I kind of like the random fires and stuff. They make the whole thing more lived in. And they make me feel like I'm playing Firebug, which honestly just feels like home. Oh, we had an HRG nailgun objective as well. Nice. Sick. Surprising that we didn't get that earlier when we killed Hans, like, entirely with 2 clips, but I guess it makes sense though, because it is probably like 10,000 damage that we need to deal. Something along those lines. Let's inject some nails into these foreheads. Should use our movement a little bit like more proficiently to get out of dodge when we really need to, because I keep getting into situations where they can very easily corner me, and I have the movement speed to not ever be in those like places in the first place. So I'm not really sure what we're doing. We're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants. It's a lot of fun, but I think in terms of efficiency we could do a lot better. Let's try to be better people. But yeah, it's kind of unbelievable to imagine that we're so close to the end of the year already. A little bit fucked up. I guess it makes sense. You know, it's 365 days every year, give or take. You know, leap years and all that, but still. It really does feel like 2022, despite all the bullshit, kind of flew by, huh? At least in hindsight. They do say hindsight is 2020, but I guess in this case, it was 2022. Yep, that's the joke I chose to make. You're welcome. You know, I feel like Kardish was doing some light bullying earlier about my TED talk, my TED educational tags, and I'll have you know I'm very educational. I had an education and everything. I could tell you about anything. Hit me with a topic. I could wax poetic about a myriad of topics. I feel like we're kind of using our movement better right now than a second ago. We didn't immediately let ourselves get cornered. Can we get a second explosion? No, it's just a headshot. Disappointing. Disappointing, but I guess I'll be okay with it. I do want ammo all the time. Because as we established, SWAT unfortunately requires the backing of the Federal Reserve to be able to get an autofill at the best of times. And, you know, we're kind of going through a lot right now with both pandemics, a local and an actual global recession. So, let's not get into it, but nobody has that kind of money. So if you just find some ammo lying around, please be sure to pick it up. I do love the bouncing nails. It's a lot of fun. You know what? This one time we can go triple shot. We can afford it. We've been good boys. Oh, we should also like do the proper takedowns, huh? We should do the thing that SWAT is actually supposed to be good at. We can kill 5 big Zeds essentially on the press of a button. As long as we have grenades, we can set those up very, very nicely. It is an interesting mechanic, and I suppose it does give some interplay with Demolitionists. Like if you had a demo on the team, he can get you 1/2 extra grenades depending on the length of the wave. So that could be a fun time actually, and I feel like on certain difficulties it's kind of necessary as well, because we're just currently pushing on hard, like grinding the XP. But if you go on to like Suicidal, Hell on Earth, you're gonna see like 5 to 7 big Zeds per wave past a certain point, especially if you keep going on endless. So yeah, but at the same time, demo can kill like 90% of those, especially if they're flash pounds. But at the same time, now that we've said that, you are really good at taking out the trash as SWAT, and then demo handles the big Zeds. Perhaps that's the actual intended, you know, like, synergy between those two perks. And then if the demo dies, which unfortunately can and does happen, because this game is ruthless and the time to kill is incredibly low, then you do have those grenades, and you can still like pick up a couple big Zed kills. This is SWAT heaven right now, because it's literally just like trash. So we could just like sit on the trigger and like get 1 million kills. Perhaps not 1 million, because I don't think there's 1 million of them, but if there were, we could probably get 1 million. Oh dude, I love making a mess on these maps. The gore system is something that is fantastic in this game. I really hope they have an even better version of it for Killing Floor 3. Not because this is currently lacking, because it's incredible, just because a couple years have passed, and I don't know, the mental image of a bunch of developers sitting in a room attempting to make an even like nastier gore system for a video game, it just appeals to me. It's funny to imagine that meeting, you know? Like, alright Michael, let's see what you've done for the week. Please present the new version of the gore system. And it's like, just imagine like a demo. It's a man with a 9mm handgun. In front of him, a single Zed. He does like the trigger pull and the whole screen erupts like the fucking scene from The Shining. Your actual monitor opens up and blood flows forth, drenching your floor and your PC tower in intestines. And then someone in the meeting says like, that's pretty good, but I think you could still add a little bit more. Killing Floor 3 in a nutshell, hopefully. Right, let's get an actual second gun here. I was talking about the G36 before, and it is incredibly good. Especially as a boss killer, plus it's got a laser sight. You don't see that often. So let's strap that on. We should be able to get like an upgrade for it. In fact, we should be able to get another upgrade for the nail gun if we want to use it as our generalist weapon. Which seems like the thing to do, to be honest. So we'll give it a shot. We'll give it well, maybe more than one shot, considering it's a rapid-fire weapon. Getting rid of some further notifications while looking at the sky, as you do, stargazing. It is a boss fight, so maybe we're gonna be better served by the G36. The assault rifle, as it is named, and so it shall be. It doesn't really matter against Hans, because he's got no armor to speak of. He's got a shield, and that's nice, but this assault rifle doesn't do extra damage to that. So instead, we're gonna nail him once again. I love nailing old men, what can I say? It's just that simple. I just can't stop. Some people say I got a problem, but personally, I'm all about the jadilfs. And I mean, look at this man. Look at his rippling physique. Look at the vascularity. He's already summoning spiders, too. He knows where this is going. Hey, stop. You spawned off my butt. I don't appreciate that. Sir, can you come out of the like cloud of farts? I need to shoot you with more nails. About 144 of them actually currently. Those are big grenades, right? Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on now. I'm invincible right now. Woo! That's kind of cool. Alright, where do I gotta go? That was fun. Oh, we should probably switch off of the triple shot before we bankrupt ourselves accidentally. Alright, we're making some good money. Making some good eats. And we're also making a lot of XP. Like, if you notice, we're almost level 20 now. The better part of the way there. Love to see it, love to see it. We might do some more gunslinger gameplay as well tonight. We've only been here for like 20 minutes. Kind of good. I guess we could fit dual pistols into this build, but I don't know if we really want to. I'm not much of a dual pistols guy in this game for sure. Like, gunslinger with the various actual dedicated pistol weapons is a lot of fun, but I don't think I've ever really used the regular dual pistols, like dual 9mm. Not like a conscious decision. If I had it on at some point, because I picked it up randomly off of the floor, maybe. But I've never, like, sat down and said, oh, right, I have one more weight, give me that pistol. It is, like, a pretty sizable upgrade when you think about it. Twice the ammo capacity, well, the magazine capacity, technically, for your 9mm. As far as, like, fallback weapons go, it's not bad. But I guess, like, you go through the 90 bullets on that so fast that going through it twice as fast doesn't sound so appealing to me. Maybe that's just me. Maybe the problem is with me. So that's to say, you can't attack. That's not allowed. It was outlawed in the Geneva Conventions. Okay, I need to actually reload. He's in a rage, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, it took too long. Kinda took too long with that. I will heal, because we did get vomited onto, unfortunately. And I need to finish my reload, which I very rudely interrupted. And I did mean I, because I was the one that pressed the heal button, instead of just continuing the reload. Should also think about perhaps aiming down sights more, because with the speed perk we can actually do that with like 0 movement penalty. So that is something to consider in the future. Tend to forget about it because again, like the SMGs, it's so easy to course correct once you start shooting that it doesn't feel necessary to really like aim down sights in the first place. And a lot of the SMGs are kind of god-awful with the iron sights. This one is not like that bad though, it's pretty clear to see. And I mean the G36 has like actually good optics, so if anything we should definitely use it on that. I guess we'll sell that, and both of them are 1500. We'll hopefully make enough money for the next boss to still have that anyway, but I don't feel that we need more damage on the nail gun right now. It's serving us very, very well in every single encounter so far, and with the bosses, if we run into a boss with actual armor, then we'll be glad to have like an upgrade on the G36. So that was my decision-making process right there, and hopefully it's not going to come to bite me in the ass. I kind of doubt it, though. 17, huh? I mean, bloats kind of die from this, too. I guess we can compare. Now is a good time to test out the damage of our weapons. So let's do just that. 1, 2... Okay, so that was 4 total shots. And he fell over pretty fast. And then that was 9 shots. And I wasn't really able to see how fast he keeled over after. It's insane how much damage though. Bro, did you see that as well? It's freaking the fuck out. That dead body was going places. They do take a while to die, huh? It's pretty fast reload on this as well, although we do have the tactical reload skill, so let's keep that in mind. Yeah, the bodies are freaking out. They're not hitting the floor. They're doing the exact opposite. They're flying through the sky. Are we good? Oh, there's like one more. Probably could have avoided getting hit entirely there, but that's my bad. Still not bad money. Fat people apparently pay well when you kill them. Something to note. Didn't recognize the poster. I wanted to check the title. It would be kind of cool if they changed some of these like randomly for the various like events during the year. But I don't think that's something that actually happens. Bit of a shame, missed opportunity, but it is what it is. I guess I just like the more urban style maps, I'm fast realizing. Like looking at this place, it's very, very much like a metropolitan area. It is basically just, you know, downtown Paris. And I'm kind of into it. But I like Crash because it's kind of industrial, almost like Soviet theme, that it's very similar. You got like graffiti on all of the walls. I don't know, I guess it just has a different vibe. Hey, it's slashers again. Well, our G36 is not going to see any use. I can tell you that much. But our nail gun, on the other hand, is going to go crazy with it. Just decapitating fools with rapid-fire nails on a regular basis. Yeah, this place is a fucking mess now, by the way. It's almost like we've killed, oh, I don't know, like 300 Zeds here. It's not a bad number either. I mean, this is actually great for us, because I think we get extra XP when we kill clot variants as SWAT. We can actually check that. Yep, killing clots. I think these count as clots, so extra XP ahoy. Yeah, it's absolutely happening, and there's still more of them, thankfully. I mean, some of the modifiers for the waves are just like a total pushover, like this one. If your whole team for some reason is sharpshooter, like, I don't know, sharpshooter backed up by sharpshooter, 2-player co-op, I can see how this might be a handful if nobody has anything more than like a crossbow, but then you kind of did it to yourself, right? It kind of feels like at that point you're asking for it. How are you still alive? Everybody around you died, and yet you refuse. It could be good villain dialogue, I feel. Is that man stuck? No, he just spawned, like, very far away. I'll collect some ammo in the meantime. Gotta get those financial gains. And I mean, as you can see, we're even willing to preserve some of our ammo. Just melee, just get the gun butt kill. Sadly, we can't afford our upgrade already, but we're gonna be able to next round. And that's gonna be perfectly on time for the boss, so not bad timing. And we cannot discount the fact that we might yet get an area. I'm kind of hoping that the boss kill will bring us the level up. And I don't see why it wouldn't, considering we still have this wave to go before it as well. So I'm almost certain that we will. Ooh, baby, it's an area. If we could get the level 20 already for the boss fight, that would be fun as well. Because I think it's cripple, right? Yep, it would be cripple. It's a huge, huge modifier for us. Because, like, Kevin can't exactly run away when he's not so fast anymore. And all we gotta do is shoot him in the head/shoulder to make it happen, which is what we're gonna try to do anyway. It's a cool Z time, but it's not very useful. There was nobody else on the screen. It's alright, they can't all be winners. I was gonna say, like, please stop. Something has grabbed me. Some of you will get stunned from that, I'm sure. Oh, I never finished that reload. I thought I interrupted it, like, the proper way. Okay. That was apparently most of the wave. I want to see if there was somebody else, like, trying to get us from behind. You know what else I was thinking of playing tonight? A part of me was considering Overwatch. The reason for that is very simply because there's new weeklies for me. They actually updated the weeklies. And I never did get the role mastery, despite the fact that I have on-stream evidence of actually playing all of the roles and getting a win. But I didn't really care enough to go through, get that, like, footage and send it to Blizzard. Plus, I don't think they would have done anything about it on, I don't know, December fucking 25th. And like I said, I didn't care for it too much. But it does mean that we could also, like, grind some stuff on there. Oh, we did get it, by the way. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, this is good. This is actually great in terms of economy. So ideally what you do is you start the wave with, like, heavy armor training, close combat training, and assault armor. So you get 100 armor for free plus a pistol. But cripple is just really good. Like, that's just really, really good. Especially now in time for a boss fight. I think it's also going to take... Yeah, we did switch it, so we no longer have the extra armor. And I mean, we should get the upgrade at that point. Yeah. If it is going to be Hans and we get to nail gun him again, it's going to be useful. But a part of me was thinking about Overwatch 2, just because we could get some progress made on the weekly objectives. But it's kind of a weird fit. I've done the dailies. I've done the dailies before lunch, actually, today. So about 12 hours ago. And it went okay, like, it wasn't dreadful, but it's just still, I think Season 2 went in, like, a bad direction. I was thinking about this the other night, and I even talked with some friends while we were playing Steam Killing Floor 2. And I think my problem with the direction that Season 2 took in Overwatch basically boils down to the fact that there were a host of issues, but in Season 1 it's to be expected, right? You know, like, you just released the sequel to a game. It's kind of arguable if it is a true sequel, but let's not get into that. But it is supposed to be like a brand new game, brand new community, different format, 5v5 instead of 6v6. There's bound to be, like, you know, a couple rough edges there. It stands to reason that there would be. But Season 2, you should at least, like, I'm not saying it should be fixed. I'm not saying it should be fully fixed, it should be a flawless game, because it's not going to go that fast. It's not going to be that easy. If it was that easy, then why was it scuffed the first time? Like, at that point, your community would again be asking questions. but you should at least see some progress being made in a direction that the community is happy to see, you know? And I guess the problem I have is, like, the matchmaking issues, the way the Battle Pass stuff is being handled. A lot of it just is more of the same. A lot of it is stuff we've seen in Season 1, and then it never got adjusted for Season 2. And I get it, it's continuous development. Like, we're seeing stuff come out essentially, like, weeks after it's been fully finished. I understand that probably, like, working on a live service game like that is very, very difficult and taxing for the developers. At the same time, you're making good money with it, so I can't really offer much more sympathy because it's your job. Like, you should be at least trying to be good at it, you know? And like I said, I'm not saying that they should have fixed every issue in the game, but I am saying that we should be seeing some fucking steps in the right direction. And we're not. We're not. It's just, they're trying to get people to play the game for as long as possible, which is a perfectly valid way of thinking as far as, like, development goes. But they've done it successfully with other games. So I don't know why they can't nail it with this one. I mean, Diablo 3 is the same fucking game for the past, like, 7 years now. And just a little bit of seasonal content, just a little bit of pushing numbers around, keeps people engaged, because the core of it is a very, very good game that lends itself well to the endless grind. World of Warcraft is the same fucking thing. People still play that shit. People play 2 versions of it now with Classic and Retail. So it's not as if Blizzard doesn't have a good understanding of what makes, like, an endlessly replayable, or rather than replayable, like, continuously playable game happen. They just can't seem to put them into Overwatch. And I'd be okay with that, but they're the ones putting themselves in that position of, like, oh shit, we gotta keep people engaged. And I guess you do. I guess you do, because you did go free to play, and I guess, you know, you are terrified of the notion of losing even more of your community. And maybe you're you know, right to be worried. Apparently, like, 10 million people have stopped playing the game after Season 1 to Season 2. Which makes perfect sense, because just look at the Steam achievements for Killing Floor 2, for example. Apparently only 10 people have even played, like, Shopping Spree, like, finished a fucking map on Shopping Spree on normal difficulty. It's a map that's been in the game for, I want to say, like, at least 3 years, probably more. I don't know if it was added after, like, I already joined the game. I don't think so, like, right around that time. And yet, only 10% of the player base has that achievement. It's not a difficult one to get. It's just a little weird, right? But that's how it goes with every game. Like, the few games that have an achievement for essentially, like, doing the first thing that you do when you get in, you'll notice that, at best, if it's a really, really good ratio, it might be like 90% of the player base that actually has that achievement. But that still means that not 100% of the people that bought the game ever bothered to install it and play through, like, the very first encounter. That's just video games, man. Sometimes you get a game gifted, sometimes you get it in a Humble Bundle, and then you never touch it. I have, like, probably hundreds of games like that that are just sitting in my Steam library, unfortunately, and never saw play. It's how it is. But I guess Blizzard is terrified that people played the game and then didn't stick around because they're worried that it says something about the quality of the game. And you know what? They are right to be worried, because it does say something about the quality of the game. And it's something that they should be at least attempting to fix. And I suppose my problem, if we want to stop being so, you know, like, wordy about it and verbose and just cut to the chase, it's the fact that I don't see them moving in the right direction. I'm still going to get the content that I paid for with the Battle Pass. I'll get it to tier 80, and I might play some more with friends if they ever, like, decide to want to come back, but I don't really see myself actually sitting down and playing, like, off-stream just for fun. And I don't think I'm the only one. I saw some Overwatch streams earlier this week. I tuned into some, and the opinion of most of the people, both in chat and on the streamer side, like, the broadcasters, seem to be sharing the same thoughts. I'm not saying we're right to be thinking it. Like, I don't think the majority opinion, or, like, the vocal minority more likely, is necessarily correct in this case, but I do think that they should be thinking about why people feel this way, and they should be trying to address it. And I don't really see that happening, because Blizzard, despite all the shit that they've gone through, especially this year, still has the attitude of a giant company that feels like they can do no wrong. Which I think is, like, the worst attitude that you can have. Thinking that you're above, like, player expectations, thinking that you're above people hating your shit is, like, the fast track to get, like, fucked up, I think, in any industry. And just in general in your life as well. If you think that you're perfect, you're probably not, and it just means that it's gonna hurt really bad when you're forced to, you know, face the facts. By the way, G36C, a lot better against Skrakes, we're seeing right now. I wanted to test it out, but I was deep in thought and kind of going in a topic already, so didn't feel like mentioning that I'm going to try to just use this, since it's all Skrakes, rather than see the nail guns. Because we just used the nail gun on a bunch of Skrakes, and we saw what it's capable of doing. And it's fine, but they take a while to die, which leads me to believe that the damage is overall lower. And I guess it makes sense, because these guys are considered to have armor, to a degree. I mean, hey, that was a good Skrake wave, didn't get hit. We used some ammo, of course, but can't really avoid that outside of playing something like Berserker, so... We already have like half a level almost done, going from 20. Love to see it. This is like, yeah, this is like 22k XP for the whole level. We only need around 16k now, which is kind of what we needed when we first came in here, so it's kind of doubtful if we'll get that. But hey, we can try. We can absolutely try, and we'll just shoot the breeze alongside it. That's what we came here to do tonight. And then we'll see, because eventually, either due to a modifier or just, you know, the natural order of things, we might, in fact, die. It's, I'm not going to say unavoidable, but it's most likely going to happen. I don't think we're going to be here until, like, well, it's not wave 400, but a pretty high wave. I'm not going to be here for, like, 20 hours grinding that. Oh, excuse me for the yawn. That totally, like, snuck up on me. I'm not actually that tired, surprisingly enough. Like, I'm misleading you, I'm gaslighting you with that yawn, because I actually got, like, decent sleep. I was up relatively late last night, but not for any, like, good reason. I just couldn't sleep, basically, for a little bit, so I think I ended up falling asleep almost around 2 a.m. But after that, I slept in, so I didn't do anything in the morning, pretty much. Which maybe is not the best decision to make in the grand scheme of things. It sometimes makes you feel like you have to stay up, because it feels like you have less time in the day. But at the same time, I like sleeping in my mornings. It's a fun thing to do. When you get to do it, like I wouldn't do it when I have other shit that I need to take care of. Like tomorrow, I have to get up at a normal time because we're actually like I'm picking up the guys for the game at 9:30. Getting back at like 10 in the morning, setting up the game and everything. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I still want to take care of some stuff before then. I don't want to take care of everything just in the morning. But there is some like cardio and like other workout stuff that I'd love to do, and I know myself that I'm not gonna do it after the game. It's just a no-go. Oh, what a nice pod. Allow me to finish off this beer. It was actually pretty good. I've never tried this brand. It's just called the Beer Tailor, apparently. I'm assuming they're not available in most stores, because this was like a little corporate gift package thing that was originally given to my father, but he doesn't really drink that much, like not beer at least. There's a couple like brands of liquor that he's into, but he's not a big beer fan. So he ended up giving it over to me. He re-gifted it. He's a re-gifter, Jerry. I think that's okay, though. I think that's allowed sometimes. It could be a thing that we do. Oh man, I'm missing one entire health. Kind of feel like going outside to play. Let's do that instead. We can kind of go back to the beginning there and keep the blood splatters going. We have a special modifier. It's Husks. I will take the G36 because I think it's most useful against these guys. It's gonna be a good weapon to have. Get those tank shots whenever we can, for like the most efficient time to kill. You can also end the EDARs in like a second flat. Nice, nice. I'm very pleased with that one. Oh, at least it's just a rocket and not like. All right, can I get you? Yeah, I can. Man, this is going well right now. Oh, I'm a little scared of this. Oh, okay, we're now like getting up shit creek because they also encircled us. We gotta make a mental note of that. Running around in a circle when there's husks and we don't yet see all of them is a little dangerous. They do keep popping up behind us too. Okay, the heat is on. Honestly, the EDAR is kind of preferable to everything else right now. Still 11 of them, huh? I'll dip in here. We kind of know that they can only come through there now. Okay, we do have to reload, unfortunately. Nice. Let's get our flashlight going as well so we can see something. Do you want to turn around so that I can kill you, or is that not an option? I mean, hey, that got a little lively there for a second when we got completely surrounded. But after that, it was fine. We lived. It's always good to survive a husk wave. It's very, very tough. It's not even the number of them, like 30 plus husks, it is a lot, don't get me wrong, it is quite a fair few. It's more so the fact that due to the way the spawn system works, they tend to do just that, what you just saw there. They pop up from all sorts of unexpected angles, and then next thing you know, you got no armor, you're burning to death. And if we didn't disengage when we did, then we would have died, just from the damage over time, as they keep piling it on. It is boss fight time. We have a fully upgraded arsenal, so I got a good feeling about this, to say the least. It is wave 20, but I don't know, dude. I think we're kind of comfortable right now at like level 20 pushing to 25, 30. Seems logical to me, at least, that we would be able to. So I think she's spawning almost in that garage area that we just walked through earlier. So I'm going to say she's going to come from the right, because I think she's over there right now, like over there-ish. And I think the closest path is either here or coming through the building. Yeah, she's coming out the building and then through here. Didn't take the back way. I guess this was shorter. That's an interesting thing to consider, because based on pathing, you can kind of use the ZED pathing to figure out which path is always the shortest between two locations. Nice. I was a little worried about that because her arm was like dipping out from behind the cover. So there are going to be EDARs. We do have the G36C, and as we saw a second ago, it's really good. It's really good against those guys. If we can see the chest armor, that's an important part of it, because it's really the crit spot that this can like absolutely shred. You're missing your head. So we broke her helmet in the meantime. In case we're wondering why there's another wave of EDARs, it's because we dealt some more damage to her. She still has her gun, although not for long. We could also just shoot her arm to get rid of it, but I really much prefer like dealing health damage to her, especially now that she doesn't have a helmet. Because, you know, if you get her into the next phase, she loses access to her gun, even if it's not like destroyed. Kind of happy that we were able to dodge that by just like shimmying up the wall. Yeah, she just has the tentacle now. She does have the lightning field, but I think we'll be fine. There is a new wave of EDAR, so that is something to contend with. I was gonna say, please have it bounce off of the like fucking kiosk there. I don't feel like getting pulled. Nice. I mean, hey, that was pretty clean. I will say that this G36C has brought like a huge change to SWAT, because fighting a boss as this perk in the past was like always a little bit awkward. You could very, very clearly tell from the way the whole fight felt that it just wasn't meant to be, you know? You weren't supposed to be there. You weren't really the man for the job, but you were the guy that was available. And I feel like this gun, especially against like Matriarch, it's very useful because of the armor-piercing bullets. Against Hans, like nail gun is good enough, but against Matriarch, I'm kind of happy to have these armor-piercing rounds. We could probably switch back to nail gun though for like our all-purpose weapon. Very nice area, by the way, since we were hanging out here already. Talking a lot about the game, but I don't really mind it, to be honest. I always wonder, I actually wonder if like what your definition of banter is, because it's one of those things that like comes up. I think you probably know the term, maybe you call it something different, but a lot of people like to talk about banter in video games, especially like when it comes to streamers and especially like content creators of all shapes and sizes. So like what your definition of banter is. Because some folks are under the impression that like any kind of, you know, conversation, well, rather monologue about game mechanics is like prohibited. It's like anti-banter. Because you're talking about the game, and banter is supposed to be anything else, pretty much. But I don't know if I agree with that, to be completely honest with you. I'm kind of happy that we didn't get vomited on. Like, that was fairly close right there. We did lose all of our armor. We do have like a whole bunch of quarter pounds and stuff chasing us. I mean, I'm not killing them as fast as I could because I'm trying to get them in the area. We still need to do that, by the way. Alright, we're definitely stabilizing a little now. For the Skrakes, I want to get out the G36. Because as we saw, it like just shreds them. Okay, so there's like one more guy over there. Kind of thought maybe we would get them. just with those few shots. But it was a wing and a prayer. But yeah, like a lot of folks are under this impression that if you have to talk about game mechanics, it's already weird. And it's like, you know, not good banter anymore because you're not really just telling a story, you're not doing a bit or whatever. But I don't think I agree. I don't think I agree. You can absolutely have banter about the game. Perhaps it's not as organic as people would like, but I think it still counts. I think it's still okay. I will hydrate, by the way, if you'll excuse me for a moment. I was a little better about hydration today, but still not how good I am like I normally am during work weeks, for example. I've kind of got the system figured out, at least when I'm at my job. I just work like a desk job. Occasionally I gotta go to events and stuff, but generally speaking, I'm just in the office taking care of stuff, and it's fairly easy to be able to time stuff there, where like I know I can have like a bottle of water in the morning, and then I can have like 2 bottles of water in the afternoon. Probably overdoing it a little bit in the afternoon, but I don't know, that's like the only way it works for me. It is pandemonium, so we're gonna have a lot of flash pounds. This will be difficult. Really, you just block it? I didn't know that was a possibility. But you were mid-animation, huh? Kinda rough if true. Kind of was hoping it would do a different attack animation, so that after the initial hit, you would basically get stunned by the flashbang there, but it was not to be. It's not the most efficient, but I didn't want to switch weapons there for that EDAR. Man, the fast reloads are very, very helpful right here. Expect to see another like 10 quarter pounds still. The sad truth is we've used all of our grenades. Okay, we can kite around, like, over here. I would prefer to have a full clip. Okay, that's not ideal. It's really not ideal. Don't like the sirens. They could be even more annoying if we still had explosives, but right now that's not a problem we have to contend with. Alright, let's put a sock in it. Come on now. And hey, that was a thrill, but we got it done. I'll pick up some ammo. We got 6 more nails left. And normally we have about 400 in our pocket, so that was a lot of shooting we did there. But this is what I mean. Like, I think that's banter. That's banter. Even though we're just describing stuff that is in-game, I think it counts. I think it counts. And at the same time, you know, you can't always expect people to just have a story at the ready. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I think having a little bit of both, you know, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B is preferable. Yeah, we had over 500 nails, by the way, for the record, and then we had 6, so in fact, a lot of shooting. I will once again go back upstairs, because I much prefer to be there. But yeah, I still need to do a couple things tonight. As I mentioned, I still need to set up a table. It's gonna be a little jankier than I thought from what I measured before I came online, because I thought the table size was a little different. There's a big table in the location that we're gonna be in. It's up in decay, of course. Let's say, why the fuck is he flying? But then I remembered. It's kind of sad because we need to like keep shooting at people, otherwise they regen. But they also have gotten a lot of health. Yeah, back-to-back modifiers are gonna be like becoming commonplace as this goes on, so we're gonna have to get used to that. I wouldn't mind taking the G36 out just to do a little house cleaning. And I mean, it's got kind of enough ammo to do some stuff against these lads as well. Hey, we did get that level 21. It's all worth it. You won't believe it, but there is actually a potential, like, old siren wave, and it's very, very terrifying, actually. I don't know if that guy counts as armored, the Gore Fiends. They have, like, kind of a metallic skin, but I don't know if it has any, like, armor in it, lore-wise. I mean, hey, this thing eats the Skrakes for breakfast. Stop blocking. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, like, SWAT is very, very similar to Sharpshooter in that sense, where as long as you, like, keep calm and collected, it's a hell of a perk, dude. It can get it done, especially with the updated arsenal. All the weapons that they added over the years that, like, really, really make the perk a lot more well-rounded. And when it works, it feels amazing. But yeah, I'll have to set up a whole fucking table. But it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I already am thinking about the mats that I'll be putting on there and some of the terrain. It's going to be fairly basic in terms of terrain. I don't want to overdo it because we're going to have a lot of shit like on the board. So it doesn't make sense to fill it up with a lot of terrain. I also want to make at least the terrain, like, scenery pieces decidedly 40k, because it is supposed to be like a sci-fi game. So I want to have, like, some clearly imperial looking buildings and stuff in there to at least, like, channel that a little bit. But yeah, I don't think that should take me that long. Like, I want to say like 30 minutes, maybe an hour. If I basically just, like, the moment I get off stream, just do that, then I could still be in bed by like 1 AM, which isn't so bad. I'll be a little tired, but yeah, it's whatever. We'll be fine. There is a part of me that is still considering the all-nighter a little bit. But no. We really shouldn't. We really shouldn't. So we do have Bobble Zeds, big head mode enabled. They do have more like head health. And obviously some guys are going to be very frustrating with that. But that's okay. Take some nails into your knee, please. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. Interesting shot, that one. I would love to, you know, finish this reload and give you something to work with here. Lots and lots of quarter pounds, as it turns out. Big head mode always looks so weird in this game, man. Bro, like, I wish I could see anything, but the blowed bile is just making it impossible. Where did you come from? Because I was in that spot literally a second ago when you weren't there. I mean, we did just do what feels like 4 waves, each with a modifier. And still, we lived, so, I don't know, dude. Maybe we'll be fine. What's the last 3? Right, yeah, we did use up all of our nails once again. That's gonna be, like, the big difficulty now. Where, with some of the modifiers, our ammo reserve just isn't up to it, basically. Headshots are fine and dandy, but it doesn't add to, you know, like, the modifier doesn't change the amount of ammo that we have access to, unfortunately. So You'd think 500 nails would be enough, but it barely was. Although if we go more kite mode, I think we should be fine, because there's a lot of ammo boxes. I mean, if we care about our economy, we could pick up like those 2-3 boxes and then have like a overall cheaper autofill. We have 15k dodge, so I don't really think we have to care. This is the third ammo box I was talking about, by the way. I kind of figured it would spawn too. But yeah, man, I think as weird as it is that it's already the end of the year, it's gonna be a good time. Like, for me, the next couple of days are shaping up to be filled with a lot of fun, and I'm very happy about that. It's gonna be a nice time. I'll have the 40k game. I still have like another family dinner coming up the day after. And I'll be celebrating that evening. The reason I won't be streaming, which I wanted to get into actually, is because I'll be celebrating a friend's birthday in the evening. And as we mentioned before, as part of a previous conversation, I do think that, you know, the whole point of this holiday, to a degree, like the Christmas holidays and winter holidays in general, is to kind of show your appreciation to friends and family as much as you can. I'm going to start off with the G36, by the way, because of the armor panels on the Abomination. Going back to the topic at hand, though, I really do think that there's a ton of, like, important / like valuable people in my life, and I want to show them that they matter to me. As like sappy as it sounds, there's a ton of people that I care about, and it's nice to know that they also care about me. But rather than just, you know, like take that for granted, I want to show them, basically. I want to show it by spending time with them, by making sure that they get it. Actually, good Zed time, huh? Kind of useful. Kind of useful. He's really raging. I will need to, like, heal, because if he does rage again, which he just did, by the way, so I feel vindicated, then we'll have a better cooldown on, like, our needle. Man, I wish that explosion wouldn't have hit me. Okay, so we're faced with a problem now. We have to leave this this area completely, because it's just covered in too much shit. And I mean actual shit, like you saw the green poop. The pee-pee poo-poo man. The loathsome dung eater. I have a confession to make. I didn't play Elden Ring. I didn't have any inclination to play it either. Like, it's not even like I regret not playing it. I just didn't play it. I also have not played a lot of Souls-like games. But I don't think that's that much of a debuff these days, because, you know, they do say that doing, like, essentially a blind playthrough is the best thing they can do. Now, I don't think anybody in this day and age can do, like, a fully blind playthrough, because if you're on the internet, you'll see some shit of all of these games. If nothing else, you'll go on, like, some social media, and there's gonna be a viral video of, like, some speedrunner doing something fucking crazy, and you'll see that, and then you'll know that if you have, I don't know, the great sword of time manipulation, and you stand in the northeastern square of the boss arena of Wodan, the destroyer of gratitude, and you hit the floor 87 times, and you clip through it, and then you can hit his hitbox, which is underneath the map, which is coded to only take damage from the northeastern, look, it's very complicated, but basically what I'm saying is, like, you're bound to see some content from all of these games. So a totally blind playthrough is impossible, and that's okay, that's totally fine. But I can still play them on stream. I just don't really have a big interest in them, to be honest with you. Like, Bloodborne, because of the theme, really appeals to me, but it is also a console exclusive, and it's on a console that I've never owned. I've owned, like, PlayStation 1s and 2s, but I've never had a PlayStation, what was it, the 3 that it was released on, or the 4? I'm not sure. I think it was PS4. And it seems like a fine game, but it does not seem like the type of game that I would get, like, a whole console for, you know? Seems like too big of an investment and kind of too silly. And as long as a playthrough of Bloodborne is, it doesn't seem worth it to set up, like, an entire console just to play one game. Lots of EDARs, huh? I kind of don't mind getting them out of the way in the beginning. But yeah, I could see myself having some fun in Bloodborne. Plus, as far as I know, mechanically, it's also the easiest. Because instead of, like, being, like, focused on blocking, it's more proactive. It actually rewards you for being aggressive after you get hit. Whereas most of the other Souls games apparently are, like, complete opposite in that regard. Where the idea is if you get hit in the first place, you're kind of bad. But if you get hit, the biggest thing to do is to just avoid getting hit in the future. Start, like, rolling as much as you can, run away and whatnot. And apparently Bloodborne is more like, hey, like, you got hit, big whoop, go attack the enemy now. Excuse me. Still coming out of that sickness, by the way. Been a lot better recently, but I still hesitate to call myself like fully 100% healed. But we are better now. Getting better every day. Look at that nice takedown. We even used our weapon switching. It's kind of easy to get headshots when his face like takes up the whole screen. Yeah, man, when SWAT works, it's insane. It's a hoot. It's pretty good. Nice. Let's just keep it going. But yeah, I don't think I'm opposed to the idea of Souls-like games, though. There's some stuff where like the circle jerk about difficulty kind of doesn't appeal to me, and I think a lot of it, like a lot of people don't realize that it's very, very easy to make a fight difficult when you can't grind it, basically. Like you can never, outside of like viewing more playthroughs of it, get a feel for the mechanics, because you're only ever gonna get to do it once per playthrough. But I guess it's like, maybe it's not a hot take, I don't know what the opinion about this is, but in Elden Ring, you know, that was that one guy that got famous on social medias, Let Me Solo Her, who was basically just doing Malenia. And his whole shtick was that you could summon him day in, day out to just do this one boss fight, and he was really good at it, and he could do it like with nothing on and not get hit. It's really incredible until you realize that he's actually fought this boss more times than the player base combined. And for him, it's not difficult. It's legitimately not difficult at all for him to do it anymore, because he knows the moveset probably as well as the developers who fucking made the boss. And that's one of the reasons it was difficult in the first place for the player base, because, you know, you don't have that option. You cannot like sit in front of that boss and just like keep trying. I'll get the bloat bile off of my face with a quick use of the needle. Surprised that they're not infighting after they got vomited on so much. I guess some of them are. Although up and decay means that this is essentially like completely pointless. The vomit is only going to deal damage to me. I guess if they do start infighting, it's a different matter, but they're going to regen any like poison damage that we do. Kind of set that guy off when I didn't mean to. I will heal, because again, if we keep getting hit, then I would rather at that point have like the cooldown up and still have higher health. Kind of surprised he just jumped in front of me there. A little bit rude if you ask me. Alright, let's actually switch to our ideal weapon for this. You can do like a nice little double takedown, if you will. Yeah, man, like, we don't need a grenade for every single big set. It's helpful in the actual clutch moments. We're doing really good, I feel. Kind of wish there was a use for money at this point in an endless game. Like, there was something you could do. I guess in Monster Ball you do get to open a few doors. It's got that kind of COD zombie style interaction of some locked off areas, but none of the other maps do that, unfortunately. It is what it is. But yeah, man, I think, for example, like, Let Me Solo Her probably had a better understanding of the moveset of Malenia, Blade of Miquella, than, I would say, 99% of the player base. And at a certain point, it becomes easy as a consequence, because you actually know what she's going to do and when. Because you've had the singular opportunity by just doing this insane thing to learn it. And it's impressive, but not for the reason people think. Tiny Terror is going to be dreadful for us, by the way. It's going to suck really bad, because we deal our damage, like, sustained. We don't just do, like, one shot and see if something dies. We got to keep the trigger on it. So now the recoil is actively working even more so against us than normal. I guess due to upgrades, at least with the trash, we might be able to kill fast enough. But it's going to be rough. And I mean, the big stuff is going to deal a ton of damage despite the fact that it gets shrunk as we keep shooting at it. Oh, and Sirens are going to be Nightmare as well, because they're very hard to hit once they're really tiny. Got a first Scrake coming. So, I mean, it's so much harder to finish the takedown. Oh, you were already mid-animation. I need to, like, try to run out, even if it does mean we get hit. We almost have it done, so let's do a big circle. Pick up some ammo, and maybe some grenades too while we're at it. So I see you approaching me. We know we can get through here. I'm not going to switch off of the multi-shot yet, because if we need to, then, yeah, we're going to use it. If we can get a handful of quarter pounds, like, dead to rights here, it's going to get a lot of progress filled up for us. We need, like, a little bit more. Got kind of body block there, but we lived. Again, ideally, we would have killed, like, one more thing in the area, and then we wouldn't have to go back, because it's not really the spot we want to be in, but we're making it happen. Kind of surprising we got bad touch there, but hey, it happens. We can kind of juke it. Kind of still juking it. We wouldn't be able to do this, by the way, without the movement speed perk. One of you has to die, like... Nice. Now we're just gonna make our way back the way that we came from in the first place. Yeah, I mean, shrinking flesh pounds, certainly not what you like to see, but it's not impossible to deal with. And I mean, hey, when we don't have to fight them in a garage kind of area where there's like a lot of entrances, it works rather well. I guess we could probably go for the headshot on these guys, huh? Because of the anti-armor shells. Well, shells, bullets, if anything. The AP rounds. I'm very surprised that we got through that. Like, that was an actual toughie. But we lived. I'm overall pretty pleased. We're doing good. We're doing some great work here. And we've gone above and beyond what I wanted to do already. Because I was basically shooting for level 20. And I wasn't sure that we'd get level 21 at all. We got level 21. We've gotten, I want to say, 30,000 more XP than we came here to get initially. So that's pretty sweet. You kind of love to see it, actually. It's not a bad time. It's not a bad time at all. Let's skip it and see if we can keep it going. Eventually we'll die. Like, we'll have to reach a point. Although this is probably Scrakes, huh? Yeah, it's just 8 Scrakes. Could be rough depending on how close they spawn. If they do like start overrunning us in this area, but there are a lot of exits here too. So we should be able to get out when we really need to. The tough part is going to be coming back in to just get them all in the area, and we kind of need to kill all of them here, like while we're stood in here, for this to count. So where are they at, is the big question. They do appear to be taking their sweet time. See our first contender over there. What if I say I'm not like the others? What if I say I'm not just another contender? One of your plays? I'm just a contender? There was like a weird recoil there for a sec. But it worked. I don't mind like getting hit. Didn't feel like dropping a nade right there. There's like some follow-up that we can do here with the Z time. I'm just gonna reload while we have the time. And I'm just gonna refuse to grenade there because it's gonna hit, like set off both of them. We could kill the last one anywhere, but we might as well kill him here. Scrake waves, as long as you take like a very focused approach to it, can't really hurt you like that bad. If someone gets really trigger happy, then of course it can get insane. And obviously it scales very, very like brutally with the number of players. So right now we got 8, but with, you know, 2 players, it's seeing 16. It's 8 per player, essentially. So with a group of 4, suddenly you're seeing a lot of fucking strikes. And that's a lot of potential raging chainsaw men. Enemy chainsaw men, of course. Which can make for an interesting situation, to say the least. But hey, that's what Endless is kind of all about. Did we knock this thing off? Oh, it's a table. It looked like a fucking ornament. I was about to say, like, what is that? I've never seen that before. It looked very spherical. It had me convinced. So this is wave 30 against King Fleshbound. We can check what does better damage, but I want to say it's gonna be the nail gun. Like, that's not bad for like a clip. Yeah, that's with him blocking. Yeah, against this boss, nail gun is the way to go. Oh, you rude son of a bitch! I thought you were still chasing me. He just really is like really happy to use his death laser, huh? Bro, can you like stop? What was that animation as well? Did you see that? He was like sped up. Oh, he spawned a big Fleshbound. He's doing like the super speed animations, bro. I mean, hey, we got it done. I kind of figured it would be nail gun because he's not considered to be armored, but sometimes you gotta test things for science. Alrighty, let's go back to our favorite little position, skip the trader time, and then see how far we go. I'm now very tempted to keep it going until we get to level 22, but I think it's out of our hands at this point. I think our fate rests with God now. Like, I'm completely delighted to have reached wave 30, but it's kind of beyond my ability now. We can try. We can definitely try and do our best. And we will, and we have. So let's keep it going as much as we can. And if we fail, then hey, when a door is closed, another one is open, or something like that. Something smart people say. Insert something smart here. Let's use our mobility to just run away a little bit. Keep some blocking damage. Actually kind of happy that we got hit there. Wanted that ammo. Although I guess we should have used the grenade for maximum efficiency. That's the Fleshbound dead. It's nice. Kind of the worst situation to get that time in. There's just one EDAR on the screen. He didn't take any damage from that, did he? I'll actually use like a grenade for that. It's just like it makes the kill so easy to mechanically pull off. Don't get me wrong, it's great to use them against the Fleshbounds as well, but it's just like due to the way their attack patterns and like raging works, you can easily run into a situation where you don't really get to do that. Like, they just decide to attack right then or rage before the grenade goes off. I really hate the fact that, like, if you kill a bloat at mid-range, they can still explode in a way where you get hit by the bile, and I'm just like, bro, like, I'm a mid-range character, what do you want me to do? I get it, though, it's like an increase in difficulty thing, but it's still frustrating. Nice. I mean, that was actually, like, pretty easy, all things considered. We didn't have a modifier, though, to be fair, so it could still get a lot worse, as we saw before. And then there's a fair bit of RNG involved in these Endless games. We haven't had Boom, for example, and that would straight up end our lives with the sheer number of Zeds that we're getting now in the 30s. Well, maybe we will get Boom. I don't know. I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting. It is boom, I told you so, goddamn, I hate him. Sometimes I'm a farseer, what can I say? It happens. It happens occasionally. You can just tell by the pixels that it's gonna be boomy. I don't know why I'm coming to the area, because I think there's no chance that we do this with boom enabled, but hey, we can try. Yeah, the stalkers are gonna be nightmarishly annoying. Oh, I thought you were a dead body. Again, we're basically very penalized for being a mid-range class, because even those explosions can still kind of hit us. I think this is a case where we maybe, well, I guess we can still like pump the numbers on the area a little bit. Alright, 261. Alright, our armor is basically gone. It's gone, I spent it. But these stairs have been very useful for kiting. I feel like we're gonna get this area, but mostly because we haven't had a lot of like big stuff spawn yet. Yeah, there's not much we can do about that, unfortunately. Kind of bad that it happened, but it is what it is. I was worried that we get vomited on there, but look, at 432, I think we just accept it. There's no real reason for us to go back now, especially not with the flesh pounds also spawned. I'm gonna try to surf the knockback anyway and get the last bit of it. It's fine, I still got 50 health, boys. Okay, the thing to keep in mind here is we cannot have less than 60 health if we kill these guys at close range, because they explode like that. Man, you're a persistent son of a bitch, huh? So he's been sufficiently weakened. There might be a guy literally outside of this door because of the way the pathing works. Just a quick ring around the rosy, don't mind me. Again, like, all our extra movement speed actually allows us to do this. That was actually pretty neat. Okay, so just 5 guys left. They also do the atomic explosion, in case you're wondering. It's not that's so bad though. I mean, hey, we almost have level 22. There's still somebody? Oh yeah, there is. We can do like the actual takedown. Just do it like a little bit farther away, so we don't get nicked by the explosion. I mean, hey, we lived through a boom wave over wave 30, so kind of impressive if I do say so myself. And this place is sufficiently messy now, which is the way I like it. Allow me to hydrate. Alright, we made it back. We might as well skip the trader time. I don't care if we die or if we live, but if we can get level 22, I'll be delighted. It's a Scrake wave, but it's only 9. Even if we don't do the area, we'll get the level up, but let's try to get the area done. Can't believe we set off like the wrong guy. But we're also not killing him in the area because it's so tiny. We apparently somehow set off 2 of them. I think we might be encountering like difficulty-based raging now, where they're just like angry at us for existing. With 6 left, there's still like a solid chance we get this if we make it back. There's plenty of staircases and stuff that we can use to go that way. And again, if we could get the shooting started from farther away, then it's no issue. It's just they spawned around the corner here, and then they were right there, and then the area is like very, very small. Okay, so he's a goner. We could even do this. And I mean, with just 4 of them left, if we can do that every time, if they're sufficiently broken up, then yeah, that's like how we're gonna get it done. Those is gonna be a little rougher, so I'll take some extra ammo. Hey, we got that level 22. Nice. Gotta love the slow scrakes. Cripple is like showing a lot though, actually. Nice. That did not go badly at all. Doing the Lord's work over here. Let's just get that autofill, go back. I mean, hey, anything else we get now is gravy. We got, what was it, like 2 levels extra compared to what we wanted. So we've made a total of 4 levels here. That's insane, and that's incredible. I'm very happy to see it. Let's just skip the trader time and keep it going. See how far we can go. So this is a special wave. It's MumblezTV. Yeah, could be worse. At least they don't regen. But it's not ideal, obviously. Bro, he's like real-time dodging with the best of them, too. These guys like fairly easy to kill. Still like to shoot the EDRs in the chest, which is why the giant head is actually annoying. Oh, yeah, we apparently do have to reload, unfortunately. Turns out that's still a mechanic. I'm kind of surprised that there's no area to make this even harder. But when I say surprised, I don't mean unhappily surprised. I'm just like switching my firing mode literally every other second. There's so many large Zeds now that it's kind of how it has to be done. Only 20 left though, right? Should be fine now. Again, I'm gonna use a needle just to essentially like get a better cooldown later. Consider it an investment. I don't know how we didn't get like vomited on there, but I guess I won't be asking questions. I see some ammo that I'm very interested in. Alright, let's pick this up real quick. A little bit of trash still spawning. Might be the last batch of it. Okay, yeah, we see a lot of like scrakes. So this is probably like the final bit of spawning now. Nice. Dude, this G36 is insane. So good. Actually insane with it. Takes a while to kill those with the extra head health, it seems. Yeah, it takes a second. But we got through. And it's now time for the Wave 35 boss, apparently. Words I thought I would never say this session, but it happened. Probably still gonna go back to the same spot because it has a nice kiting location, so that's gonna be our plan for the time being. But as we established, if we are killed in this endeavor, then I will still be satisfied overall. I mean, look at this. The whole town square has been painted red. Paint the town red and all that. We've successfully done it. I'm hoping it's someone that the G36C is good against. That's why I'm holding it in my hand. I'm like willing it. I'm making it happen. It's gonna be a nail gun kind of boss fight, as it turns out, because it's King Fleshpound. But he spawned right around the corner. We already pushed him into like his next phase, just kind of sick with it. And now he's insanely fast. Mostly just doing the same like attack loop though, from the looks of it. So we got his shield up now. Don't think it's gonna be that easy. Yeah, he normally doesn't do like the triple attack on that, but hey, there you go. Not that bad. Yeah, I don't know about that voice line. Something, you'll live in my children. Like, that's pretty cringe, bro. That's a cringe from me. We used up most of our ammo fighting him, which makes the thought of a Wave 40 King Fleshpound incredibly terrifying, by the way, because we saw the G36 is less than ideal against him. I mean, you never know. You never know.
So dark in here.
Perhaps we'll get there. I will inject some drugs, as you often do. Can never go wrong with a little bit of drug use. This was something I was saying earlier today. I don't think drug overdose is actually something that happens. I think it's just people have this thing where they're pretending like they want you to do less drugs, but it doesn't actually make any logical sense. They're just worried that you'll take the drugs that were meant for them. But I don't think anyone has actually died of like a certified drug overdose. I don't think it has ever happened in the history of ever. I got no source for this, but I think it's a psyop. I think they just don't want you to do drugs because they're too much fun. So I think, you know, experiment, do all the drugs at the same time, inject all the marijuanas. What could go wrong? This is the part where we add some kind of legal waiver, like, you know, MumblezTV stream is not responsible for any bodily harm that you may commit upon yourself. I'm sure if I say that, it's fine, right? That's how those work. Couldn't tell for a second if we had triple shot on or not, but thankfully we didn't, because I didn't actually want it right then. So far this has been, like, very chill, and the reason it's been very chill is because we haven't had Fleshpounds yet. We haven't spawned yet, so it's been very, very controllable for the time being. I'd like to kill that Siren, and we did. As long as we get, like, we don't get chasey Fleshpounds, rather, I think we'll be completely fine with it. So we do have a Scrake who's trying to push us up into a wall. It's likely to happen at this stage of the game. They're just like fucking jumping all across the map. Do any other animation for a slasher 2022 challenge? Difficulty degree impossible. They're just like, jump attack, that's all they do apparently. I mean, when you know it, it's 4 big guys. What a fitting way to end this wave. Yeah, when they don't have giant heads, apparently they have a lot less head health, and it's a lot easier to kill them, huh? I'm surprised we're still pushing this. Kind of incredible. But then this is a very, very good map. Like, I think this is a fairly easy solo hold. And there's a couple better ones, I think, for a team. But solo this works, because you got plenty of room to work with. Alrighty. I mean, hey man. Let's just hit that button. Get right back into it. What could go wrong? It is a Wave 37 boom, so it's been a pleasure doing business with you, boys. I got a feeling we might not make it through this one, as it turns out. There goes 2/3 of our health and armor from 2 enemies, by the way. You might be starting to see, like, you might start to see what the issue here is. Yeah, there goes our health again. We also just can't, like, blind fire because we'll set off something big. And that is really bad in the long term. These bloats do be, like, chasing us down, man. The sirens are also just rushing us all the time. Yeah, that's like 20 damage from a random ass enemy. That's close enough to us so that we got hit by the AoE. Kind of insane. Okay, so I can't kill you anymore because you're too close to me. Faced with a little bit of a problem here. We're most effective at close range, but it's where we can't go. Because we'll straight up die if we do. Okay, kind of good that we didn't end up killing that guy, because I think it would have resulted in our immediate destruction. Honestly, the small stuff right now, due to the way the explosions deal damage, is more dangerous to us than the big stuff. I will take this. Okay, we're mostly left with the big guys now that somehow didn't get set off yet. We do have to, like, keep a distance from them because otherwise it gets ugly. Oh, that didn't set up the other one, huh? Interesting. Okay, that was not a bad follow-up, actually. We were systematic enough to make that work. Insane, dude. We might actually be the best to ever do it. Apparently. Wave 38 after 2 boom waves. Never thought I'd see the day. And yet here we are. I mean, hey. What could go wrong? Let's keep it going. Just come back here, and I'll alt-tap to get rid of someone else in terms of my notifications. Well, let me get rid of this super fast, if you'll excuse me for but a moment. Sometimes the darndest things show up in your notifications. Okay. It's pandemonium. That's gonna be a little rough. I'll go to the area. I'll pretend to be optimistic about this, okay? They say, dress for the job you want. So, at this moment, I'm putting on my funeral garb, because as optimistic as I am, I do have some doubt. And by some, I mean a lot. If I'm real with you, it's all the doubt in the known universe. There's a chance we might not come out of this one alive. Don't be fooled by the fact that they have yet to touch us. It's about to change. Yeah, like even Cripple wasn't good enough to keep him off our ass right there. Because we're locked into this area once we run out of nails, which is fast approaching. That moment is coming. Do not get it twisted. We will have a number of problems, such as being in Pandemonium against a lot of flesh pounds with nothing but a G36. This is different than nothing but a G thing because it's a G36C. It's not a G thing. We can, like, you know, do the best we can, obviously. So just fighting in the Underdark here. And my head itches. It's a whole thing, man. You have no reason to scream. You have a reason to scream, because you're up my butt, like, the whole time. I think this is when you abandon ship on that area. This is when you say, thank you, sir. I'm appreciative of the opportunity that you've given me. And this is also the part where you say you die. Hey, wave 38 after 2 boom waves, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy, and we were forced to run into a death corridor to even get out. Ideally, we would not have even gone down, to be honest with you. Because why would we go down there? But we did. We did, and it was a mistake. It was a mistake, to be sure. At the same time, sometimes you gotta make mistakes. And I mean, I cannot wait to see all the XP that we made. We already kind of know the number, but it's gonna be nice to see it. We got a new headshot record. Kind of makes sense, though. 87,000 XP. They do say it's the best way to make XP. We had almost 1,100 kills. We killed 88 large zeds with the nail gun, only 16 with the G36, but hey, that's not bad. That's really not bad. What map do we want to go to next? Look, I'm a man after my own heart. It's Crash. It's gonna be Crash. It's always been Crash. It's gonna be the next Endless game. I don't know what we're gonna play. I couldn't tell you, because I didn't think we would play that one for 90 minutes. Previously, I think we were doing maybe 70 minutes, mostly an hour. So it's very surprising that now we've already spent 3 hours doing this, and I gotta figure out what we're gonna do to close it off. I guess it could be Survivalist. Could be. It would even be a fun time. I really want to save Gunslinger for later. I really do. And I know if I keep doing that, it might bite us in the ass. You know what? Let's do Commando. Commando has been prestiged once. Exactly once. It's a good perk. I don't give it enough respect. It's a fun perk. It's a fine perk. And we should play it more. We should absolutely play it more. Plus, this map is so cool. Leave me be, man. I'm gonna kill you. You'll get yours, and I'll get mine. We can do some extensions, although to what end, I'm not sure. I think I should also probably like scope more with Commando. There is an FN fall that's like a sharp Mando weapon, right? Like it's cross perk on those two. Could be something we actually test out as well. Part of me is very tempted to just play Endless Medic. Just get the Medic Missile. The name alone is like meme-worthy. Medic Missile. When in doubt, just shoot your friends with a fucking RPG-7. What could go wrong? I mean, it just works. Don't think about it. It just works. We could get a Sentinel, but why would we do such a thing? We'd have to sell guns for it, too. Oh, no. Alrighty. I'm gonna keep this gun for the time being, and then eventually we'll get probably a bullpup and go from there. We might have to fight the boss with the bullpup, which is not the worst thing in the world, by the way. That's still okay. It's a wave 5 boss. It's kind of a free kill at the best of times. So that could be fine. But later on, we're probably going to build M16 because I'm a big fan of it, and it helps us deal with the flash pounds, which, as we saw, if we get high enough in the waves, become very commonplace. Like, again, makes perfect sense that they do. They're some of the most difficult enemies in the game to kill, and at, like, wave 38, what are you going to do? Or do you want, like, nothing but fucking clots? No, that would be boring. You want flash pounds. Maybe you don't want them, but if they weren't there, you'd be bored. You'd be bored out of your mind. Ever think about that? Didn't think so. Yeah, Commando can also be a lot of fun. And I mean, the amount of utility you give to a team is massive as well. Of course, we're playing solo now, but it doesn't take away from the fact that, like, seeing cloaked enemies, very, very useful. Other people could also get that benefit. Health bars, they're, you know, neither here nor there. They're useful for some occasions. If you want to get into, like, super technical play, it's one of the most useful abilities in the game. We're not doing that ourselves here, but But on controlled difficulty, the fact that you know, just on the health bar alone, how close someone is to death, that's very important for setting up ZED time, for example, and like raking in that ZED time more so. But right now, we're just all by ourselves, and that's fine. Sometimes it's like that. As mentioned, we'll grab the bullpup. I'll get quite a horde of ammo for it. We can do semi-auto with this, and I think for the time being we might. We'll try to conserve our ammo. We're building good habits, okay? It might not be considered the most fun way of playing the game, but at the same time, succeeding is fun in its own right. Wow, that is a cringe sentence. But it is true, it is true. And building good habits is basically what we should be doing in life in general. This is where we get serious mode. It's been 3 hours. We can now get into the serious, heavy topics. But yeah, in life in general, man, you should build good habits. In video games, it's all about efficiency, and sometimes that can be annoying. Sometimes, you know, you get annoyed by that as a player, because you're like, man, I don't feel like doing the efficient thing. I want to have fun. And sure, the efficient thing can also be fun sometimes, but in life in general, it helps if you build those habits that are actually going to be conducive to having a good life experience, you know? I think having like a regular exercise is maybe like the biggest one that I would mention. It's something that's going to help you a lot if you actually miss, you know, like whether that's cardio or like hardcore working out or whatever. It's going to be very helpful if you do feel like you're missing that when you don't engage in it, because it's going to mean that you'll be more dedicated to it, and you're actually going to feel a lot better, like, not just about yourself. It's not like a weird, like, you know, oh, you'll feel better, but it's like, no, you're actually going to be, like, way healthier, and that's, like, way, way better in the long term. Your quality of life will actually be improved by that. Doing well at video games, it can improve your quality of life, for sure. I mean, it might improve your self-esteem, weirdly enough, which, hey, that's something. In fact, it's more than something. It's pretty important. Yeah, semi-auto isn't so bad once you get on target, as it turns out. It's almost like if you aim these guns, they do well, huh? Now, I do wonder, due to the area, if we could just switch off to a different weapon entirely. And, I mean, that's the beauty of these areas, man. They boost your income something fierce. So let's see. Let's see if we can make that happen. Let's move on over here. So this would currently give us... Essentially, we always have 1k, and this gives us, like, 500. If we look at it like that, we do have enough. More than enough for an M16. And I kind of love the M16. Now, I love it when I have full grenades for it, but we don't really need the grenades yet, most of the time, because there's not going to be big zeds. The underslung grenade launcher is not exactly, you know, exclusively reserved for fleshbounds, but I do like using it on them. And this is going to make the boss fight a total cakewalk, too. Even more so than it's supposed to be. Plus, it doesn't have a firing mode select, because I just pressed it, and it's an underslung grenade launcher. And I knew that was going to happen, but, you know, it's a visual indication. I wanted to show you how it works. No, I did kind of forget that, you know, it doesn't have a fire selector. To be honest with you, I'll pull the curtain back a little. I kind of forgot. But that happens sometimes. It's okay. Yeah, we can do some extensions. Again, I don't think in solo, without the ZED time ability, it's like the most important thing. But again, it's building good habits, as we mentioned. Ideally, we'll get into some co-op games as well later on as Commando, and then it's good to know when and how to extend. Commando is just a good, like, generalist perk, I think. Can't really go wrong with it. Alright, this Wave 5 boss won't even know what hit him. We keep getting free guns as well, as if we needed it. We can get an autofill for the fucking first boss fight. It's incredible. Hit me. Give it to me immediately. I want it really bad. It's Kevin. I know where he spawned. It's just across the street from here, basically. He's gonna be coming down over there. Yep. Wouldn't you know it? If we can dodge your rocket. It's not bad. Love this fucking grenade launcher, man. It's so good. Oh, look at that. Poor man didn't get to use his drugs. But neither did I. So technically it's balanced, you know, perfectly balanced as all things should be. I didn't get to use any syringes upon myself, so neither does he. It's only fair. Winners don't do drugs. Oh, it's the other pod. Ignore me. I don't think there's a reason for us to come to the pod, by the way, because of all the ammo boxes. Yep, we have a 0 autofill after the wave 5 boss. Okay, I mean, hey, that's very disrespectful for poor Kevin, but it's a great feeling for me. And as we've established, feeling great about yourself for any particular reason is kind of good. If it helps you sleep at night, and I mean, maybe it will for me, then it's kind of worth it. I like this spot. I like this spot. I don't know if it is a hold. I don't think so, because, well, I guess it could be. I guess it could be, because you do have this little exit available to you if you really want to get technical about it. But I've not seen any gameplay from other people on this map, and I don't really mind that, to be honest. Like, I've been enjoying it with my virgin eyes. It's just been a good time. Not really that much to extend off of there, sadly. We can really, like, push the range advantage here, which is rather useful, too. Oh, somebody snuck on through back here. How rude. Kind of a weird wave, like, that there's no big guys yet. I guess we didn't hear the spawn noises, though, so it makes sense. But usually on wave 6, you know, like, the flesh pounds and the Skrakes are so happy to finally get let out. And here it's all Gorefasts and Gorefiends from the looks of it. This guy was really relentless with his blocking. Really? Are we not gonna have any big zeds? Where are these guys? Is that just like the Skrake that spawned on the other side of the map? It is. Man. I didn't hear the chainsaw. I guess he spawned that far away. I think that might have hit him. It did. The second one absolutely did, by the way. Shut the pod up, she said. I'm going fucking deaf, you're always too loud. Everything's too loud. Now that all my Zeds left, this place is fucking dead. When can we move out? I want to move out. This shit has got to stop. You know what? The trader time has got to stop. Let's go. Ooh, I like an area. I like an area because we're mostly here for the XP. Let's see. Let's go on over. The areas on this map I think are a little bit difficult. They're all like put in very particular places, and they're all rather small. Like this one is a tough one to make, but it's not impossible. Kind of wanted to do like a turnaround, insta-kill kind of grenade, but it was not to be. Also, I wanted to sneak one in there, but again, it did not work. Ooh, can we get an extend off of this map? We kind of didn't. Oh man, got a little cuff going there again. I guess we didn't get the extend though, because he didn't even like die in any way, shape, or form. Stands to reason at that point that we wouldn't. Oh, you lived through a Granado. That's rough for me. I do need to heal. We almost have it done. And I mean, we can quite literally just do this. Oh, there is a flesh pound. Alright, alright. I'll go and do another round, like, starring Mads Mikkelsen. It's fine. Get that jump. You're gonna be the one to get it done. Maybe. Bro, come on now. Like, someone has to die. I need like 36 more. Alright, there we go, there we go. We can officially leave this room now. Kind of just felt like, you know, letting off some steam there and hitting someone with a Granado. Now, ideally, we get to use set grenades on this man, because he doesn't like the explosive damage so much. But we needed some distance in between us. I needed some space. I mean, hey, that's a non-significant amount of extra XP there. But that's what I mean. That's a tough area. It's very, very, like, small. I feel like Firebug, maybe Demo with the right loadout, and Berserker, like, kind of thrive there. But put Sharpshooter in there, you're guaranteed dead. That's what I feel, at least. I'm gonna go back to that one little spot, that corner area that we keep using. It's the only spot for me that I found that really works on this map. Like, as far as, like, holds go. Kiting-wise, this map is definitely doable, like, pure kite as well, so that's pretty neat. And again, I think that's an intended feature. It feels like someone that is, like, an accomplished, you know, controlled difficulty player would add to their map. Where it's like, yeah, if you have to kite, it's difficult, but doable. I guess that's one of the other reasons I really like this map. It is tough, but fair. Like, I've never had a moment on it where I'm like, oh, yeah, of course, I get, like, boxed in there. It's like, no. Like, a lot of this stuff makes, like, logical sense, you know? Ooh, wall crawlers. Haven't had one of those waves in a while. I'll take a free gun. I'll take 100 dosh for free. Money for nothing and the chicks for free. In this case, it was the chicks for nothing and the money for free, I guess. Random health bars. I don't think they actually take fall damage, but sometimes, you know, their health shows up after they, like, drop down. I'm not sure what that is all about. The M16 Iron Sight is so good. He says as he's hip firing the gun. The irony is not lost upon me, don't worry. Lots of elite crawlers. I guess we are past wave 5. They tend to spawn in droves after you kill the first boss. Makes sense, makes sense. Man, I think the reason I like this game so much is because, like, the action is just, you know, it's very similar in that sense to Diablo that we just played recently. You have, like, big bursts of action and then a little downtime, and then big bursts of action and then a little downtime. I think that's just the thing that works for me. I kind of wish Nightmare Reaper had done that. I shared my Steam replay today because I finally got it. And I was very surprised that apparently, like, Nightmare Reaper, I think, was 9% of my total playtime this year. I guess it makes sense, though. Like, it was on Steam, I think I played it for 20-some-odd hours. And, I want to say most of it was, like, on stream, too. The very beginning wasn't. The very beginning was not. Because I did some stuff, like, on Discord streams, where I would just stream to friends. But yeah, man, I kind of wish, like, the progression was something that just happened in between the levels. I guess you can do it like that if you want, but you are kind of missing out. At least that's what I feel like. So, normally what I go for is the Agent Tech Grenade Rifle. And that is what we'll go for, except for the yawn. Again, it keeps, like, sneaking up on me. There's no, like tell for it. But yeah, we'll fit an HM-Tech grenade rifle into here. I guess we could just buy it now, though, with the amount of money that we got, which is insane. Like, I didn't buy it because normally I can't afford it, but now we can just buy it, like, right off the hop. All right, bro. I mean, hey, I'll buy the HM-Tech grenade rifle and have a full loadout on wave 8, apparently. Kind of insane with it. Also about to get a level up. I mean, hey. Life apparently has got it going good for us, at least. Old crawlers again. Oh, dude, don't even worry about that. I see some free armor too. What is going on? Like, I'm being spoilt. So spoilt. Spoiled rotten, even. One day they'll get here. Yeah, sometimes I think maybe I should, like, go back to Nightmare Reaper, give it another shot, but I don't know, dude. I got, like, really bored of it past a certain point. There's a lot of other games that I would much rather go back to. Like, I also, speaking of the Steam replay, I saw that a lot of my playtime was on Vampire Survivors, which makes sense, because I played 70, 80 hours of it. Probably even more. I think more than that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I played 70, 80 hours before, like, the official release. The penultimate update I was still kind of there for. And I think I probably closed off at like 110 hours or something, which is insane. That's a lot of time in a game that was released last year. And I enjoyed myself with that game. I kind of burned out on it because I would constantly just try to get 100% on the achievements. And having to do that like every 2 weeks like kind of killed my motivation in the long term. It made it feel like all the effort was in vain, even though it's not really the case. But it does kind of take away from the feeling of like, you 100% of the game, and then 2 weeks after, okay, here's 10 more achievements. And I'm like, fuck, man, like, I just don't feel like it. But I could see us like sit down and try to do like a couple streams of Vampire Survivors. It's a fun game. It's absolutely a fun title. And I'm curious what the DLC did, because I have no idea. I guess it makes sense that they would add DLC. Like, they had a very low price point for the game, even though a lot of people bought it. But at the same time, it's not so popular anymore. I think only a few thousand people are playing it nowadays, which is a little bit surprising. But, I mean, it's kind of the same scenario as me, I guess, where like I played the game for 100 hours and then I haven't touched it now in a long, long while. But I'd much rather go back to that than Nightmare Reaper, if I'm honest with you. I think the problem with Nightmare Reaper, and it's not something I say lightly, because I'm not like a pixel graphic elitist. I actually like pixelated graphics, generally speaking, but it does not look good. The pixelated style of graphics in that game, the pixel art is not pretty whatsoever. It's ugly at the best of times, and it makes combat like very hard to read. Potentially impossible to read in certain situations, actually. I can't believe that we literally already have our complete loadout done, and we're just about to face the boss. Now, for the boss, there's that one spot that I mentioned before, and we're going to go back there and see what we can see. It's this little staircase with the drop-down point. You can also, by the way, go out that way, or come in from that side if you're fighting like that. But yeah, it's so far the one like boss kiting zone that I found. I don't really have any like set plans for New Year in terms of like streaming for 2023. There's some stuff that I still obviously need to do. We don't have like follower alerts, for example. We don't have any bots. We don't have any commands set up already. There's a lot of stuff we could do to make stuff a little bit more lively and more like other streams here. And I think there's a lot of stuff, you know, some people I think take offense with that because they're like, no, you should always be different. You should always try to do different things. And I'm like, I agree with you to a degree, but some stuff that has, you know, like been figured out to work kind of. You know, there's a ton of stuff that people somewhat rightfully expect from a stream. Why is he like stuck in there? I guess he got stuck from an explosion. He's kind of in the wall now. Can we get him out of there? No, he's just stuck there. Poor guy. We got the stun on him. I think he might be out now. Oh yeah, he's finally out. I actually prefer that because that's like just awkward, man. If we can get like a couple multi kills over there with some sweet grenades, I'll take it. But yeah, I think people, you know, expect those things in their streams mostly because it's fun and it adds to the engagement. It makes it easier to see like that you're a part of the stream and whatnot. There's a reason why people like it, and I don't begrudge them for it. I personally don't care for it so much in other people's streams. Like I haven't discounted a stream because they didn't have a follower alert, but most of them do have it enabled as well. So it's kind of hard to find a stream like mine where it's not something that exists. But hey, you know, small stream, please understand. I'm not too worried overall, man. Like I'm still definitely in the honeymoon phase of the Twitch side of things, where I'm just having a lot of fun, just like basically doing it whenever I feel like, however much I feel like it. I have like some rules, I guess, that I've set for myself, such as the stream length that I mentioned before. And apparently I only like coming online at 8 o'clock, which is a little bit funny. But I don't know, it's not for some poser reason or whatever. I just like really prefer doing it this way. So many ammo boxes. So I guess we can't carry anything, huh? I was about to say, like, maybe we already picked up a second pistol, but that's not the case. We got the furthest spot. Look at all the ammo, though. Holy crap. We never did pick up that free armor that we were so spoiled to buy. But at the same time, I don't think it made a difference whatsoever. Dude, the ammo. The ammo is just, oh my god, it's so much. I'm losing my brain. So much ammo. I'm basically an ammo-pilled weapon cell. God, what a bad sentence. It is one of my favorite memes when people like make fun of that shit though. Like something pilled, something cell. It's just, I don't know why, it's instantly funny to me. I guess my sense of humor is bad / non-existent, but I just find it like really hilarious. I think some stuff just hits you like that though, and it's unexpected. Some humor is just basically like non sequitur, you know? You don't expect to see it, and then it hits you weirdly, and then you just laugh. And it turns it funny in your head. Like, I think the first time I probably saw that as like a copy pasta style post, I really laughed at it because I didn't expect to see it ever. And now my brain has thus made it funny because I laughed at it once before. My brain is like, okay, so this is funny to me now. It's like it's a self-taught joke, you know? I made it a joke for myself. I was gonna say one of you is gonna get hit in the tank. And it is winter. You should always leave home with the full tank. We're gonna be facing some difficulty with these lads. I think this is better against them. One of the big things for me that is like a bad habit, I think, in Killing Floor is definitely the idea that I do my takedowns from like extreme close range. Like, I think anybody who looks at my gameplay could tell that I played like a ton of Berserker. Like a substantial amount of Berserker and also Firebug, because I keep going danger close to things, even when it's not absolutely necessary. Look at that headshot, though. This wasn't extreme danger close range. Surprised that didn't hit. I'm not surprised that one didn't hit. Kind of twirled in the air a little, like a ballerina. Thought maybe someone was gonna come from that other side. I think it's slightly faster with this gun, but it's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we might as well, like, just shoot from the hip. That's I think, the big difficulty with Commando to figure out. I suppose I could look at the spreadsheet to figure out what's, like, a better gun compared to the HM Tech 501 against Skrakes. Because I'm satisfied with the M16 damage against the Flesh Pounds. I think, as long as we can get the grenades to detonate, we don't really have a big issue, basically. It tends to work rather well, and I feel like it's mostly the Skrakes that give us a lot of problems, because we can't really like take them down properly. We have a lot of explosive damage, which is rather good against the Flesh Pounds, but against the Skrakes it doesn't do anything. Even the unexploded grenades don't really deal as much damage as I would like. So I think we would need like a different gun. I guess maybe with the next trader, we'll take a look at what she has to offer and try to figure out like what could be a different gun we use as part of our loadout. Because the reason I got into this loadout in the first place was actually because in a team setting it's huge, because you get to do off medic. Like, you can take down Flesh Pounds, which is pretty important, and again, on higher waves, especially on Endless, you tend to see a lot of them. But at the same time, if your team is starting to take a shitload of damage, just throw down a bunch of medic grenades, and it's totally fine. So it lets you, like, kind of fulfill two roles, in addition to bringing your commando utility. Because you still, you know, enable, like, cloaked visibility. You still see health bars yourself. Like, you are a full-on commando, but just with even more utility from, like, a couple other perks. I think that's like pretty cool. So I like this loadout, but I think for solo we could definitely do like different stuff that would maybe help us a little. If we can, I'll try to get out and kite around a little bit. Also, we've taken a lot of damage from, you know, Bloated Bile and Siren Screaming, so if we can get our tempo once again, I would not mind. Our armor keeps being absolutely shredded, which I'm not too happy about. Let's see. There might be dudes here, because again, pathing would make them come this direction if they weren't like completely after us yet. But apparently everybody is like fast enough where they're mostly lined up behind us. Yeah, we should have switched target, by the way. If we wanted to get the extend, we should have switched target there. Nice. I think we can take him down. It's gonna be a while, but because of the big head mode. I mean, if we got a chance, obviously it's time to heal. Taking a big chunk of damage. Yeah, like it's awkward. Yeah, case in point, big head mode Scrake takes a year to kill with this thing. I mean, it is big head mode Scrake, to be fair, but still, it's a little frustrating. I don't want to fight them indoors if I can help it. Maybe the bloat, but definitely not the Scrake. Even the bloat, man. I guess the thing with the HM Tech 501 is obviously, you know, like damage-wise, despite the price, you get like so much utility with it that it's never gonna like measure up to like a pure damage-dealing weapon. But in solo, there's something to be said about just having, instead of utility, even more damage. So that is something to consider. Let's take a good hard look. Like let's get. We want the grenades. Well, I guess it's 38. Like it's not really any amount of money. So this thing weighs 8. What else could we get for 8? We could get an FN Fall ACOG, which compared to the HM Tech 501 does have some benefits. You know what? I was talking about it before. Let's give it a shot. It is also a cross perk. It's still pretty good ammo reserve wise. And we're gonna try. We're gonna try to see if maybe like just getting some headshots with this gun on the Scrakes will be helpful. Now, we cannot upgrade it, and normally I think we could. Like there's an argument to be made there, but neither here nor there. I feel like we've made our bed, now we have to lie in it. Like unless we get rid of this gun to try to reevaluate our whole loadout, but I really think we're gonna use the M16 more in general. And I think the ammo reserve also kind of suggests that. Slasher. I mean, we're not gonna be using the FN Fall for this one, huh? It's gonna be all M16 all the time. Which is completely fine. That's completely a-okay. This is also very, very, very close to like the next boss fight. Now, it's going to be weird because normally I play like relatively defensively as Commando, and I self-heal quite a bit with the 501. But I think like maybe with the FN Fall damage that won't be necessary. Of course, we'll have to aim to get it, but it's good practice, again, for Sharpshooter in the future. And I mean, it is a gun that we can use on Sharp as well, so if we end up liking it, then hey, maybe we can incorporate that into our Sharp loadout later. I'm sure that I've tried it before. I think I even have footage of playing with it, like, on stream, a couple streams ago. But I don't have any, like, tangible memories, you know? It's something that I've held in my hands, I've used to great effect, and then forgotten all about it. It came in my optic nerves, and then it went out instantly in my brain. It got defragged already. I feel like we killed so many of these dudes already, and yet there's still 36. They really like that one jumping attack, don't they? I guess we could also, like, if we wanted to really better ourselves in this game, we should also, like, try to reload cancel with every single gun. But that would be a lot of practice. Although I guess if we like just sat on one thing, if we decided like, okay, we're gonna grind nothing but sharpshooter for like the next, I don't know, foreseeable future, anytime we play Killing Floor, it would be that. Then yeah, I guess I could get into like learning all the reload canceling for sharp. I don't think we're gonna beat our headshot record simply because this perk has a lot more damage than SWAT. So technically, because of the lower damage, SWAT gets more headshots on the same targets. See some ammo, and I mean, well, we're so good cash-wise that it's basically unimportant. The ammo drops are only important for us now if we want to keep it going during the wave. Like, after wave, unless they're absolutely in our path, there's no reason to pick them up. What does that lead? I kind of want to check it out. Where does this lead?
Ammunition.
Oh, okay. I think I know this part. Yeah. There's another pod over there. Okay. So it's all interconnected. Kind of neat again. Like a lot of kiting paths that you could use. Although, personally, unless like your whole team, like your 6 stack was here and on comms, I would not want to go down there. And you're calling out reloads, because I feel like that's a surefire way to die. If you want to die, like speedrun death as fast as you can, that's the way you go, for sure. But I would not recommend it, to say the goddamn least. So wave 14, right before a boss. I think, based on the number, it might be a normal wave. Yeah. So hopefully we'll get a Scrake, and we'll get to see what the FN Fall can do with a couple headshots. Kind of looking forward to it. But until then, it's going to be mostly M16 time, and obviously for the Flesh Pounds, it's going to be underslung grenade launcher all day, every day. We could also use some grenades. Like, if we want to speed up the takedown, the smart play would be, you know, grenade, underslung grenade launcher, and maybe another grenade right after. Or double thrown grenade and then underslung. We could probably experiment with that to see which is better. It's a lot of resources, though, is the main thing, and why I'm not, like, the biggest fan of it. Check your corners, of course. Kind of a wimpy way to die, but hey, it works. We're through most of the wave. Where's all the other big stuff? There's gotta be more. I see that guy over there. Do not worry. Be not afraid, I see him. But I still would like to kill some trash, because if we're gonna go snipe mode, then I'd like my back to be clear. And, you know, they are spawning enemies up my behind. Oh, still more stuff. Oh, you can go like full auto with it. I feel like that was like not ideal for us because of the elevation. Normally it's very helpful, but it actually just made it harder for me to hit those headshots right then. You got EMP'd, huh? Alright, so we can actually practice this now because it's only 2 Scrakes. I don't think full auto is the way to go. So 1 doesn't set him off, 2 does. But we have a clip of like 30. Or almost close to 30. Let's look at this actually. So yeah, like a clip of 30, 2 shots to get the rage. Not like significant magnification on the scope, which is not necessarily bad, but just something that I'm not like used to. But it's still kind of hard to hit with it. But that's mostly like a skill issue. In fact, it's 100% a skill issue. I think the gun is good. Just gotta get used to it. I don't think it's worse than the 501. For solo, it's probably better, because at the end of the day, the 501 is gonna extend your fights by keeping you alive. But if you're not dealing damage with it, then like, what's the point? I guess we could look at it like a little different. Is there something that weighs 9? But there's nothing that weighs 9. Oh, well, there's the stoner, but... Do we want to go stoner? Like... I feel like that's a very different build than whatever else we're doing. I mean, I guess we could. We could rebuild the whole thing and essentially have an M16 that isn't upgraded and then a stoner LMG. You know what? After this boss, we'll see. After this boss, we'll see. For the boss fight, I'm fairly confident that the FN fall could be good. It's going to be a little difficult for us to use because I'm not actually like super used to it yet. But I don't doubt that it's a good weapon. I actually have zero doubt that it's a good gun. We're not good with it, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad gun. It just tends to mean that we're not good with it. I wasn't paying attention to where she spawned is the one downside. But I think it's over on that side. Probably the same place as Kevin, huh? Just a quick dip behind cover there. Yeah, the damage is not weak on this. Oh, we should probably move to that one spot that I was talking about before, especially for Matriarch, because of corners. Like, she just got us there because we went down like a long straight path. Oh man, the sanitation box doesn't save my life? Are you crazy? If we're not gonna snipe her though, we might as well just like throw damage with the M16. And I mean, there's an ammo box here. That's worth 2 grenades, so let's use another. Kind of dropped down a little too early there. That's my bad. Ideally, you would wait so that she also triggers an attack on that place, basically, and then you drop down to dodge it. Again, I think this is like the ideal kiting spot for this boss, especially, but you could use it for all of the bosses, basically. And I mentioned it before, but I really appreciated that it's not just a truck parked in a fucking parking lot, because every other map does that. At least this is slightly more creative, like... And I mean, it does have 2 other like routes that you could take from it, so that's pretty neat as well. You can go out here, you can go out that other door. There's a lot of paths you can take if you want to. Sometimes her arm clips through that though, and she can hit. I don't know if that's intended, by the way. I've had that happen earlier today, but I have no idea if it's something that's supposed to happen. It might just be like an issue with the fact that Matriarch can clip through stuff because of her animations. Again, I was a little quick to jump down there, but... So all of her shit is broken now. So she only has the tentacle, but she's not yet in Visa mode. It does mean that there are more EDARs now. And she is raging, so... If we can dodge that, I'm incredibly happy. I don't want to get pulled in. If we run out of ammo, that's going to be problematic, but hopefully it doesn't come to that. Oh, some of the EDARs are still only not just now getting here. Kind of surprised that she was still able to get us with the tentacle there, actually. Like, I was a big long way away, but it still kind of worked. That time it didn't. That time it didn't work for her. So we have no more grenades, just as a little heads up for ourselves. Yeah, that's the one thing. If she dips in, basically, her arm like reaches in, you can't do much there. Not happy about another wave of EDARs, but it does mean that she's dying. Could have placed that grenade better, to say the least. Alright, we got that level 19. Neat, neat. We didn't end up using the FN fall, which honestly kind of says to me that as good as the gun is, because there's no doubt in my mind that it is good, and it is way better against the Skrakes, just from what little we've seen, I'm not comfortable using it though, and that's going to be a problem. So I'm thinking, especially with 7,500 dosh to our name, I think now is as good as a time as any to just rebuild our entire loadout from the ground up. So sell everything that we have, and then buy back the M16, but don't actually upgrade it, and then get the stoner, and then just get the ammo for it. So we're going to try the stoner for the Skrakes, basically. And then we have an M16 with slightly less damage, but still hopefully a decent amount of damage. And we'll try to do our best, pretty much. That's the hope that it's still gonna work. And if it doesn't, like, hey, I'm more likely to use the stoner simply because it's like a full auto weapon in general. The reload speed is going to be annoying, and I guess probably if we wanted to run Stoner, we could, like, we should remake our build. Question is, should we? Because right now we do have high-capacity mags. Now, an argument to be made for this. I think we're kind of accidentally already built into Stoner. We're already a Stoner-pilled bullet cell, as they say. Again, I tried to not chuckle at that, but hey, I'm a literal child. Maybe a little too early for that ammo box. It's a bit greedy. Probably should have used a regular grenade for that. Yeah, like it's like half a clip to take that down. We don't need to reload after it though. This is a big thing, obviously. Can't believe he still hit me. Oh, I need to like go this way then. Joy of Joys, a crowbar. Can't really pick it up, but it exists. The most like badly placed grenade that you'll ever see. That was kind of good though. That should have been a kill, but it wasn't. And you know whose fault that is? Mine. That's entirely my bad, as it turns out. So we have a couple Skrakes, but they've not been set off, which is ideal for us. We'll get to try out the Stoner a little bit more. We can't really have anything else. Like, the only gun heavier is one that we already know is bad, even with this setup, the minigun. So this is reloaded now. I mean, it does shred. You just need to manage the recoil. It's not bad. It's kind of interesting that the whole takedown is literally just like keep shooting the head. There's no setup, there's no anything. It seems like hard mode SWAT in that regard because I don't have a flashbang to do it with. But it absolutely can work. I suppose the downside is basically the fact that if we do have to reload, we're kind of fucked. But I think that should be still manageable. Like, there's a chance that we can make that happen. And I mean, once we get to level 20, then we could actually double the capacity of the magazine, although damage is more like probably better if we're absolutely being real. So we'll see what we pick, and it's still like a little bit of a ways off. Keep in mind, I am lower level than I was with SWAT, and I also am not as good with Commando as SWAT, just in general. They're very similar, but I think SWAT, due to movement speed and other buffs, SWAT gets different utility, and I think that utility is more up my alley, basically. But it doesn't mean that the perk is better, and it definitely doesn't mean that Commando is worse. It just happens to be the situation that I guess I gel with SWAT a little bit more. I think I've also played it a lot more, to be fair. I've played it alongside Sharpshooter, and it kind of synergizes relatively well, actually. SWAT can enable a ton of other perks to pop off, which is kind of nice to see. I guess doubling the magazine size on an M16 would also be potentially interesting / exciting. Something to consider. We'll reload. It's very, very quiet and like still pretty manageable. I don't know if I want to go in on the Skrake just yet, because it's just right there, but at the same time, you know. Don't know if I wanna. Might as well. Can also take this guy downtown. Oh, you guys like snuck up on me, huh? How many dudes grabbed me right there? Because I felt like it was 3. Okay, if we get a chance to heal, that would be actually really, really important. Okay, now it's as good as a time as any. We're gonna have the Skrakes now. Well, Skrakes, flash bombs actually. We had a Skrake, and the others are there. Okay, let's try this like actual big boy takedown. Yeah, that works significantly better. Yep, I feel like we learned a lot today already. I wonder if incorporating a grenade into this takedown makes it any better. But I want to say due to like the explosive resistance to Scrakes, probably not. Now that was just bad aim on my part. You should be able to kill them. Even on like wave 17, I think. You should be able to kill 2 with 1 clip. Yeah, this works. It's weird. It's weird a little bit because it's not like how I would think about taking one of these down at all. But it actually works though, interestingly enough. Yeah, I'm thinking like, is there a reason we would take like Tenacious over this? Because having more reserve ammo is great, but more health and armor, the armor is the one thing tempting me, I'll be honest. The health is neither here nor there. Like 25 health, useful, but not that useful. I don't know, dude. For the time being, well, you know what? Let's try it. Like, let's actually try it. And then we need to actually buy it and then heal as well. That is the one downside.
Before Stalingrad, I love the snow.
I am gonna wait a sec, mostly because I'm kind of hoping that if we do, and which is what we're doing now, we'll get the cooldown of the needle back. But we do have the cooldown now, so we might as well just skip this. Let's get straight back into the action. It's still a big way off, but it would be cool if we got level 20 for Commando. I'd be very satisfied at that point. We're going to be pushing for it. I'm going to try to do my best, for sure, and see where we end up. I love this map so much, though. If I could marry this map, I would. But I wouldn't want to steal it from Tamari. It's his baby. And by God, it's a beautiful child. Look at it. It's a little bloody now. Like, I've been playing with it a little bit, so... God, that sentence in that context sounds awful, doesn't it? Yeah, again, Commando just like SWAT though. Once you get into the flow of it, it's a lot of fun. Especially like now that I've made a loadout that it's just full fucking bullet hose. I've molded it in my image. Is it good? I couldn't tell you. But is it fun for me? Oh yeah. Oh, I wish that grenade would have taken it down. Well, that's, I think, one of them dead. It's a couple of them dead. I can, like, take this little path inside here. You coming? He is coming. Alright, we got the flesh pound. Aw, you siren. No one likes you, siren. And anybody that says that they do is lying. Might as well, like, try to extend off of a flesh pound just for the fun of it, I guess. Yeah, I do think that taking the extra health and armor has been very, very important. Nice direct hit on the bloat. Enjoyable. Well, I liked it. This thing is actually kind of good, huh? It's a simple giant gun, but there's nothing like technically wrong with it. Gets the job done pretty well. I mean, hey, we figured out a loadout that we actually like for solo. I still think probably for a team setting, being able to off-medic a little, depending on the team, of course, like it's useful. You don't always need it. I like doing off-medic stuff, though. I enjoy, like, medic gameplay as well. It's a lot of fun, but off-medic stuff, in general, is a good time, too. So it's a good time. It's actually a good time. I don't feel like waiting, though. Let's see that wave 19. We're getting XP like pretty fast, so I'm kind of excited. If we can just last, until like wave 25, which I know is so fucking far away, I feel like we would get level 20, and that would be very, very important. Like getting even more damage, it would make those takedowns on the Scrakes so much faster. You know, on everything, absolutely, but the Scrakes right now are kind of our weakness, I feel. Which is interesting, because against, like, bullets, they don't do that well, but we don't have high damage yet. We're gonna have higher damage. That's a quarter pound dead. Might as well use a second grenade, just, like, knock him a little. Again, it's wimpy death for him, but... Alright, we're once again kiting into this room, apparently. Yeah, the grenade into grenade is definitely the way to go on those guys. I feel like we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. There's another one, though, as it turns out. Yeah, the grenade into grenade is also really cool. I really like it, actually. Man, you learn so much in this game just from playing these perks. I'm learning. We can just like stun him in submission by shooting him. I'm okay with it. That was like, it was an attempt. Keep in mind, we'd be significantly lower health right now if not for our other perk. I have no idea what that animation was. It was like a fucking cartwheel. Never seen that on an EDAR. Yeah, they're basically able to reach us because it's the last batch. To get extra movement speed. They're so far away to extend. Kind of pointless too, a little bit, but it would have been good practice. None of our weapons are that accurate though. We kind of got rid of all the scoped Sharpmando stuff so that we can play bullet hose. But what were you doing there? Do you want to explain? You were kind of stuck on a railing from the looks of it. It was weird. Yeah, dude, this gun just works. Turns out, it's not particularly complex. It's not inspired, but it just works. I'm surprised I don't have like a single skin enabled for it, but maybe I don't have one for it actually. I'll have to check for later. We do need to, you know, stab ourselves with a ton of needles because we have additional health compared to normal. But that's okay. We don't actually need to be here for the boss, but it is very, very close to the one spot that I like. So I'll move over there and then actually skip the waiting. Although, you know what, I won't skip the waiting because I'll drink like a little bit of water during the last little bits. Allow me to hydrate. Yeah, I really need to get better at just like drinking water when I'm on holiday. I need to get better at that. It's a life skill that I'm apparently lacking right now. They seem to always spawn in that one spot, I'm realizing now. I guess we can try this gun on it. You can't sneak the shot through there. You can try, but you can sneak it through there apparently. Very, very clever of you. I don't even want to know like how bad the recoil is on this thing if you try to use it off perk. Of course, why would you use it off perk, but at the same time? Ah, so you have to be careful with that though. Because that is in full cover. This is though if it actually blocks the shot. Which it did right there. Yeah, like so it's not a flawless spot for kiting, but it can work, She kind of stuck it through the bars there. That is a little iffy though, because like it went straight up through the little like metal beam there. I don't know. I don't think there's a different reload animation here. Okay, that's That's like actually annoying though. And it messes up my vibe. Like the fact that she just stuck her arm through the fucking wall there. I guess we can like try to kite on back there, but it's gonna make it a little difficult. Certainly. Can't shoot through the barrel, thankfully. So that is something. Well, I'm surprised we didn't get hit by that, to be honest. Based on our track record leading up to this point, I was certain that she would get the hit there. She didn't reach through, so that's good that time. Okay, that works. Ideally, we would have like kept firing at her too, actually. It's weird though, because I can clearly see the thing, but I guess a projectile is wide enough where it doesn't count. Oh, the EDAR body block. EDAR of the century. Probably doesn't even know what's going on. Sometimes you gotta like jank it with this spot, huh? Like, sometimes you gotta get it pretty fucking janky. Yeah, that wooden like thing on the wall there is my savior in that case. Yeah, like this spot is okay, but it's not the best as it turns out because of how much like clutter there is. She can reach on through a lot of it because it's not an entire wall. It's made too well. It's literally made too well because if you were lazy about this, then the way you would set this up is you would make the wall like those little railings and bars. They would just be a whole entire wall, despite the fact that visibly they are not. Like that's the cheap way to program it, and my man didn't program it that way. It's actually done well, and right now that's the problem. We're suffering from his success and his dedication. Honestly, it just works. The stoner actually got this done for us pretty well. We had like a couple jank moments there, but really nothing bad. So like this loadout suits itself pretty well to what I like to do, apparently. And although we did run out of ammo because we switched to extra health, I just felt more comfortable like that, to be honest with you. And just a couple boxes gets you right back on the stoner if you really want to. So that is also pretty important. You do get a lot from like ammo boxes scattered around. Apparently like 4/5 of them gets you enough. Yeah, it does. Okay, that's kind of nice. It's pretty important to keep in mind. We do have essentially like 800 rounds on our back somehow. Strong back over here, dude. Call me the fucking pack mule. I'm getting crazy with it from the looks of it. And it's back to this spot. I like it for the waves, though. It works rather well. Let's see what we get. We got to 21. How much harder could it be to get another, oh, I don't know, like 6k XP? Should be doable, right? I don't see it as an impossibility. Either way, I'm having a lot of fun with Commando, actually. Like, now that we've turned a lot of the takedowns into either a very, very simple shoot thing in head, in the case of Scrake, or in the case of Flash Pounds, we've made them a lot like more interesting by incorporating grenades. Apparently like a direct hit headshot grenade is a kill on a quarter? It wasn't before. Maybe I've just been very inaccurate. Can't discount that. That was not a direct hit, by the way. Like, not just directly at him. There's a lot of garbage in the way. I see a health bar, but I don't see you. Oh, you were on the ground, okay. Yeah, like an actual dead-on direct hit kills a quarter with one of those grenades. Can't believe we've been that inaccurate, though. That we've only just figured this out. Now that grenade was, like, not really a good one. it didn't really make a difference. But I figured maybe we would have someone else there. Again, like, I like fighting the Fleshbounds more as this guy. Gotta be real with you. Oh, it went in between them. That's no good. Alright, alright. I will heal up and get some more ammo. We don't explicitly need it, but I feel more secure with it. Another benefit to this that I switched over to the Stoner, though, is I'm a lot more comfortable actually using it. Like, even in, like, a general use kind of situation. And having it as, like, the backup weapon, almost, as weird as it sounds, kind of works. You must be another big lad. Or maybe a bloat. Let's figure it out together, shall we? My money's on a Scrake, though, because it is wave 21. It stands to reason it would be. Yep. Turns out. Yeah, that was just, like, messy, but I didn't care. I just felt like holding the trigger down. Sometimes you gotta just do what you love, and in that case, I just wanted to shoot about 70 bullets at a man. It's kind of rough that it takes that much to take him down, but at the same time, we were very inaccurate, so... I actually like this loadout for solo. It seems to work rather well. I'm into it. I'm actually, like, properly into it. Gotta get back to my little spot, though. It's where I feel right at home. Home sweet home, where the snow is covered by blood, and ammo is aplenty. That part is really, really nice, though. It makes this a great location. Alrighty, alrighty. Who are we gonna see? Who are we gonna see? There's nobody yet. No, the first one is always gonna be a slasher, apparently. They are fast boys. There's nothing to really extend there. I feel like that's been the sentence of my commando play, though. There's nothing to extend with. Probably just a showcase of, like, bad commando play in that scenario, to be honest. Because you always have something to extend with and a reason to extend. If nothing else, you just extend to extend, you know? So that's something I need to get better at, for sure. But I think it is something that we'll get better at once we actually, like, play with a team. I do play sometimes with people, like, off stream. I'm not opposed to playing with people on stream either, but it just hasn't happened yet. I actually haven't done any collabs. That could be, like, a lofty goal to set for next year. I was in talks with Takua, friend of the channel, part-time VTuber, full-time Omega Chad, to maybe do some collabs on, like, Deep Rock Galactic with a few other people. But it kind of fell through. I think everyone got busy with the holidays. I haven't seen him live in a while, actually. Dude, what is up with this fucking, like, wave of stalkers, man? I got, like, completely pushed in by him. There's fucking 8 of them. Like, the whole wave is just stalkers. So the thing we messed up there, in case you were wondering, is we had some bullets missing, and also we didn't have the grenade launcher loaded. Oh, I guess the grenade placement was not good there. Probably was not. There's nobody, like, close, so we might as well do the longest reload of the whole wide world. It's totally fine. It's got an iron side, but why even bother with that? We don't need that. We don't need that when we can fire from the hip, right, boys? Dude, first-person shooters are a riot at the end of the day. They're just fun to play, it turns out. You get to experience big old guns. I keep thinking that's the pod, by the way. That's like the second time I've had that happen. This map does have a lot of pods. I'll say that much. It's very pod-rich. Alright, we could sell that for economy, but we already have 15,000 dosh that we don't know what to do with, so I feel like it's not really important. I think we're okay. I think we're alright. I think we're safe to just focus on what we're doing right now, and what we're doing right now is we're getting another 3k XP so that we can get to level 20. That's my goal. That's my goal, and I'm really hoping we'll get it we'll get it to pop. And you know, I'm gonna do more than hope. I'm gonna fucking make it happen. I'm gonna put my back into it. I'm gonna get it done. Let's go. Tiny Terror is completely abysmal for us, let's be real, because we do not deal with anything in a single shot. It's all multiple bullets. So we're gonna have to shoot small things, but it's kind of okay. It's kind of okay. We can make it happen. I guess quarter pounds we can like one shot with this. So that is like something. And I'm kind of happy that we got the wave of quarter pounds like already. Now that was just bad. That one was, you know, a little better. So the quarter is dead. That guy's dead. Oh, he was too fast. Man, he's got a surprising amount of health, huh? Might as well finish him off with bullets. It's not ideal, but sometimes, you know, that's the way it's gonna have to be. Alright. I do kind of want this ammo box. Maybe not at that price of health, but just knock him down. Keep their heads ringing. Honestly, I love the ammo boxes on this map for that reason, because you get to go crazy with the undersung grenade launcher. We're just using it willy-nilly. Right, so we have a gentleman to take care of there. It's gonna be a little rough when they start shrinking. Like when the Scrake starts shrinking. Thankfully we were able to just get the shove there, but still not really ideal. Alright, let's clear the last bit of trash, huh? See some more ammo. I'll just pick it up. Like, we don't need it right now for this takedown whatsoever, but it's good to have. So this is gonna get real awkward, because he's gonna keep getting smaller. And a lot harder to hit, but it kind of worked out. I'm gonna refuse to actually reload. We got like 63 more fucking rounds in this. I think that's plenty. That's enough for one guy. More than enough, factually. He's a baby man now, but he's still going. It was not enough, apparently. I was too inaccurate. Again, small size. I guess we could have done like a quick melee there, but I don't trust the shove on this. It's got a big old gun butt, but don't trust it. We got most of our ammo back. We do need armor a lot because we ended up wasting all of it. Took a ton of hits. Nice. Now we're good to go. Alright, I feel like this is gonna be the wave. If we get this wave done, we get to level 20. And I mean, then we get to have... It's definitely gonna happen if we get the area. It is Beefcake, so it is gonna be hard. Level 24 Beefcake. When they deal damage, they're gonna be getting bigger and stronger. So that's really, really bad on stuff like Sirens because of the high rate of fire, I guess, of the Scream. The way it's coded. We can absolutely like break these guys down before they even get here. Get some of the area done. Oh, dude, these areas, man, they're not easy. Yep, we got 128, and we've been forced out. We're gonna have to deal with that guy because he's breaking all our shit. Although we can like kind of out-sprint him right now, at least. I would much prefer to kill him in the area. Look at how fucking huge he got. Oh baby, that got us at level 20. What a nice way to get it. It was actually like a good set of extensions too. Okay, I didn't want to get vomited on, but it apparently had to happen. Okay, so this is now just getting ugly. This area is actually going to be the death of us. Oh, that didn't even kill him. Alright, alright, that's just like sad on so many levels. I'm aborting the area. It's not gonna happen. I've given up. Yeah, you can see that siren got real huge. But then so did this guy. And then he also died, so. Alright, fine. Fine, maybe we'll try it again. Bro, if we could just, like, stay in it for longer than, like, a second, I swear we could get it done. It's just so frustrating that we, like, keep going in and out of it. I do think these are supposed to be challenging on this map, though. Like, that's a feature, not a bug. We'll try to get it. We'll try to get it. There's still some easy kills to be had. I don't really want to go through there, though, because we did run into a flesh pound earlier there. So I'm going to try to avoid it. Some more ammo is always useful. Just a nice little non-explosive kill. Sometimes you gotta keep it clean, you know? I think that guy is not set off yet, but if he gets a double hit on us, we might be dead. So that's something we gotta watch out for. Well, I mean, you are leaving me no choice. I gotta kill you, basically. Too big, too much damage. With 4 of them left, I really feel like we should be able to just, like, jump back in and get this done. The flesh pounds, like, constantly knocking us out of there is the thing that completely made this impossible, dude. Let's see.
Before Stalingrad, I love the snow.
Keep on healing. Such a tall boy, huh? Well, not so tough now. Bro, like, I swear to Christ, how much fucking ammo do you take to die? Holy shit. My man just didn't want to go, huh? They all apparently have dealt, like, a little bit of damage now, so. I feel like we're gonna do, like, one more circle, though, because I don't really see a good way of taking him down. And he also got some extra health. Free armor is definitely worth it. So let's do another little run around. Don't mind if he gets us the bat touch on the way back here, but. Alright, so is he gonna go the whole way around? I'm kind of gonna have to wait for him because I want to kill him in the area. That's the only way we actually get this done. I have no idea how he's doing health-wise, but he has touched us a few times, for sure. These are like the first hits on him, basically. I guess it's kind of for the better in that regard. Did we get it? We barely got it. Like, we didn't get the whole thing completed, and I'm a little upset about that. All the knockback from the flash pounds made that like very, very difficult to do. But we do have our level 20, so it did give us hollow point rounds as well, which is kind of what we wanted to try in the first place. There's a part of me that wants to see what, you know, double mag capacity would be like with the stoner. But at the same time, I don't know, more damage is more likely what we're missing, to be honest, because a lot of those fights would have gone a lot smoother if we just killed stuff faster. We were off by like a hair every time. A lot of that was beefcake, though, to be real with you. So it's a boss. I'm going to move over to this little spot that we used for the boss fight. It's not ideal for Matriarch, but it is, I think, the best that we found so far. It's Kevin instead. It's not going to be bad for him either. We can avoid some of his attacks, especially minigun shots and stuff like that. We'll see if we can get him done. I'll probably run Stoner from the top, basically, because it has higher damage. And we don't have to reload as much. So we're going to be basically just shooting for a long time. And then we have a long reload, but it's neither here nor there. Oh, there's my man right there. This is what I mean. You can kind of like dip in here and avoid damage. Now, there's going to be some times, depending on when he triggers his attacks, where we won't be able to do that. And I think if she's, you know, if he's anything like the Matriarch, he can kind of stick the gun through the bars there, which is a little annoying, but hey, Like I said, there's not a better spot so far that I've been able to find. We could also incorporate some grenades into this because of the sheer number of... Is that gonna hit? Oh yeah, that goes through. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I don't know that, for example, because this is the first time fighting like Kevin here. This can kind of protect you for some of the attacks, but I guess, you know, we might as well give him a grenade. Thankfully, the rockets go through, but the minigun doesn't. It's a bit weird, but it's neither here nor there, I guess. I don't know if we can chase him though. We're kind of playing too conservatively for that right now. Is there a better spot than this to fight him? I'm not, like, completely sure. I did saw him leave that side, so at least we know where he's coming from. And he's instantly, like, coming back. Your babies? I'm literally shooting you, dude. Are you your own baby? Is this, like, the most fucked up family tree that has ever been created? Good grenade placement. Shame that there's a Scrake up our ass. And also that he's in our spot, but... I mean, hey, we'll deal with him as time goes on. We kind of have to. Might as well turn on our flashlight. I do think it's fantastic that with the previous attempt on SWAT, we never had to fight a Scrake as part of the boss wave, and now on Commando, of all things, we are forced to do that. But hey, I like a challenge, I guess. We can dip down here. Our armor is gone, so there's something to be said about maybe kiting. Sometimes you do get free armor on this map. So I'm thinking I'll probably reload already. It's a little premature, but the big reason I want to do it is because if we can open up on him, he's about to run away now. And I want to like be able to actually pursue a little bit. Yep, there we go. We just need to plan it a little better. Like, this is also the first time I fought him in this like map, especially in this area. It kind of works. It's still a little bit sloppy. I mean, like I said, we're suffering from the success of the map maker. It's just done too well because the bars are actually done properly in the map maker, so stuff can go through them. A real lazy person, such as myself, would have just made that like a wall, at least in the engine, and then just, you know, made it super fucking blockable. But it makes no sense because it's made up of bars. So it actually reflects the way it looks, which is the problem we're working with, basically. But we've gone above and beyond. We got our level 20, and that's what we came here to get. So anything else we get now is just gravy. Let's see. Let's see. I don't doubt that the game's about to turn it on, because now we're pushing into the, you know, like post 25, going to 30. We haven't had a lot of modifiers either. Like, no mutators, basically. And that's kind of lucky, because a lot of them, such as Boom, fuck us up so bad. But it's whatever. I'm kind of happy to see it now. You'll have to ignore the Pepega aim. I kind of like debated of trying to turn around again and to see if we could extend off of something else there, but nothing spawned like behind us, so. And we could have actually extended off of the EDAR, so that's my bad. I wasn't sure if we could. I was using an upgraded M16 before, and it was working pretty great, but it didn't leave room for the Stoner. I was gonna say who's hitting me. Good extension there, actually. We seem to be getting a little bit better. Turns out if you play a perk for like 76 minutes in a single session, you do get some improvement in like player skill. Kind of neat. Get away from me, man. I want you dead. The hollow point rounds are making a massive difference, by the way, on like these takedowns. It's incredibly noticeable. I do see a flesh pound. So let's do the grenade into grenade. And then another grenade just on top of it. That guy's almost dead now. He is in fact dead. Cool. Kind of wish we would have gone in with that. But that's me like basically making a bad calculation. Fall damage is gonna be a bitch here. And now we're officially kiting, but it's just 12 of them left, so I feel like we got this. This is basically all dead. We can't really get the extension off of a bloat, unfortunately. Not without setting it up before, and we didn't do that. We didn't do our homework. Alright, alright. Again, I don't think grenade incorporation into Scrake takedown is something that's necessary at all. It's just they do have explosive resistance. We did like really well with that, actually. I'm pleasantly surprised. We do be grinding that EXP.
The snow brings too many memories.
Doing pretty good at it too. Should reload the M16 while we're at it. Yeah, after seeing the effects of hollow point rounds, I don't really feel comfortable switching off of them. I'm gonna be real, because it's definitely what we were missing with this build up until now. The 30% extra damage has helped us so much, like actually fighting these things. Now this will most likely kill us, to be honest with you. So it's MumblezTV. We have to go for headshots. We're going for headshots anyway most of the time, but they do have like double head health, so it's gonna go south super fast, unfortunately. It's also an area, and as we've established on this map, they're like located in very particular locations. They're hard to do, and they tend to be small with a lot of entrances. They're more suited for team play, is like my impression of it. And that's not a complaint. Like, again, I think this is an incredibly well-made map. But hey, it turns out when a literal professional player makes a map, it tends to be like challenging. Because my man probably made something that's like fun for him to play, but he's into the challenge aspect of the game, which is, you know, a good thing. And it made for a killer map. Like, I love this fucking map, but yeah, we're kind of reaching the end of what we're capable of doing. We just have lost all of our armor and most of our health, and we're about to get eaten alive here. And I mean, the extensions are a lot harder with the extra head health, unfortunately, so that doesn't help either. I'm gonna try to leave, but I don't really think we're gonna be able to. Let's do a quick little heal. Oh, that bloat is gonna kill us, I think. We're very close. Get us like real close to death. I mean, we're fighting. I think it's safe to say that we can give up the area. I don't see a way we get her done at this stage of the game. Gonna try to do a little bit more healing and see what we can get done. The trash is not so bad with the double head health. We have high enough rate of fire where it doesn't really change the time to kill. The stuff like EDARs, though, that's something else. And I can't really see like the chest at all to extend with. God damn it. So we're gonna have some guys like still spawning right now. I do need to inject myself a little bit with some more feel-good juice. Immediately take some damage too, apparently. Man, they're catching up, huh? Even though it's only 13 left. So that's the flesh pound. I mean, this is gonna be tough. But thankfully he didn't rage before the takedown, so we're able to get that done. This guy has like so much body health now that it's gonna take a hot minute to kill him. As you can see, probably multiple clips. But it does work. It does work. You can still get tank shots on those, by the way, when they have the giant head. Oh man, please get out from around that corner. Thank you, thank you. So this flesh mount is gonna make us work for it. The 1-2 explosion is cool as hell. Gotta get the headshot with the grenade even, you know? You know how it is. Come on, do your shooting animation. Fine. Fine, then don't do it. I'm very curious how the stoner is going to deal with these guys with big head mode on. Like, it's easy to hit, but it still takes about the same number of shots, which is a little bit fucked up. Oh, dude. Pathing's too good. Need to get out before we die here. And they're getting us real close. Even with just 4 of them on the map, they're getting us real fucking close. I think I'm shooting him from too far away. As much as I was complaining earlier that I keep like engaging from danger close, that was a case of trying to kill him from too far away. I think we'll get this done. Not the area, don't get me wrong, that's an impossibility, but we'll live through this wave. Okay. That was close. That was close that time, for sure. Oh man, that was kind of nice though. It got a little hectic, for sure. We made it happen. I'm gonna go back to my little spot. I guess we could save 300. There's free armor, but it's neither here nor there. It's whatever at this stage. And of course it's ammo boxes, but we almost have 25k like to our name, so I can't help but think that we'll be fine financially speaking. I think there's a good chance we do well. Regular wave? No modifiers? No, nothing crazy? That's allowed to happen? Okay, like, hey man, I'm happy. It's just I'm surprised. The last one did a number on me, let's put it that way. I guess we can only extend off the sirens. Can try to extend off the sirens. Gotta get those direct hits on him. Okay. Run into that wasn't completely dead on. And now they're gonna get some living cover from the looks of it. Maybe not the best decision we could have made there, but hey, it worked. Always check your 6. Okay, that's a really awkward time to run dry. Not so bad that time, but so we're gonna get some Scrakes now. Not the worst thing, all things considered. We bounce back. One of them is right there, other is over there. Can take these guys down like right now before the fleshbounds get here, I'm pretty sure. Those shots went like really wide and off the mark. Okay, so they're both raged. I wish they would have gotten that friendly fire hit. And I also wish we would have gotten the tank explosion there. But to be honest, if I really wanted it that bad, I should have like played better. So we did get some damage on the Scrake. I'm gonna let the fleshbounds pass him by, just so we can right the knockback a little bit. That's one down. We're about to get the other. All right. That was like calm, cool, and collected. Now 36 rounds is not enough for this, and we know that. We know that for a fucking fact. But that could have been enough with 36 actually. I thought there was an EDAR left still. I guess maybe it changed on me. Oh man, can't believe we actually pulled through. I guess it was a regular wave, but still, dude, that was a tough one. It's getting mighty tough out here. We have gotten like an extra half a level compared to what we came here to get, so I'm feeling great about that actually. I am stun locked into perpetually talking about the game and just commentating what I'm doing and what I'm seeing now, unfortunately, due to the difficulty, which is definitely not banter. So to resume that conversation from, oh, I don't know, an hour and a half ago, this now is not banter, but hey, it's whatever. We've been here for a very long time, and I think it's fine to sometimes dip into game talk. And by dip into, I mean literally have nothing else, apparently, for 30 minutes at a time. You'll have to excuse me for that, man. I'm still trying to spread my wings, you know? Well, let's see if Wave 29 will be as merciful to us as 28 was. Because, honestly, 28 went okay. We do have a good area that we're already in. It is up, and decay, so that's kind of rough because they regen. That's frustrating. That's actually pretty bad, as it turns out. Because we deal damage over time. Now, they don't regen that fast, but reloads are going to mean they get some of their health back. Especially on the big Zeds, it's going to be frustrating. But hey, it's what we have. Like, we're not gonna get anything else, as it turns out. Bro, like, I can't even kill these guys with headshots anymore if I don't do like a straight up like full burst. So this might be a problem. We might have like gotten that one that kills us. It can happen on Endless, and apparently it is happening now. Because you may notice that we're really struggling to kill anything. Especially Stalkers, which is kind of laughable because we're supposed to be decent against them. But it's not really happening. That guy got like half his health back in the time it took us to resume shooting. And I don't have the underslung grenade launcher loaded. That's at least a direct. That is not, by the way. It was not a direct hit. Yeah, I feel like we're just screwed here. Yep, we got into a corner. Yep, we are just gone. Like, let me just drop a grenade, make it even easier for you. Yep. I basically missed a couple crucial grenades. That's completely on me, because we could have lived a little bit longer there. Now, the Scrake getting to us is obviously not ideal, but we could have lived through at least some of that wave. But with 925 kills to my name, and the goal that I wanted to do fulfilled, I can't really complain, to be honest. And we got a Krampus treat ticket. It doesn't get much better than that. Now, I'm going to go into the main menu, though, because it has been 4.5 hours. We've been here a little bit longer than I anticipated. Turns out time does indeed fly when you're having fun. And hey, I'd like to thank you for tuning in to the stream. This is the last stream that we're going to do, unfortunately, this year. Unless I somehow, by some miracle, get some extra time, which is basically impossible. But hey, at the end of the day, we had a good time here. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. I know that I did, and I hope to see you again in 2023. I'll definitely be trying to do more streams. I would like to go back to the weekly 3, for sure, because right now we're doing apparently 2 streams a week, and it's not bad, but I think 3 was overall better. But hey, there is a wonderful gentleman online, a certain Unga Bunga Daniel, playing Oblivion, actually. Elder Scrolls 4, a game that I actually really liked. Played it when I was a teenager, and it was a great time. So we're going to go on over there and have a good time. So let's do that. So thank you once again for actually tuning in. I really enjoyed this as like a final stream, and I'm glad to be able to take at least like some of us over to Unga Bunga Daniels. So I will see you guys next year. Take care.